Okay, so Doomer went on Aiko's stream last night, followed by President's Sunday, to talk about the scam drama. I mean, I don't know how else to introduce it, really. Doomer took 2K from this guy called String Puller for living expenses while he prepared his Hassan video. His Hassan's unironically evil video. He then cancelled that video, said that he intended to repay the money, but then disappeared from the internet for a couple years, so never repaid the full amount. Then came back, did not message the guy or anything, was confronted about the money, said he'll pay it back, and then STV Philly took it public for some fucking reason. I guess just a dog on Doomer, which I mean, based.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Let me just get rid of this P thing. And
I hope Bugs. I don't think Bugs targeting anyone with this. That's a very specific shill script there. But I will say, guys, now's a great time to remind you to please like, subscribe, donate, buy a membership, gift a membership, buy a super chat. Join the Discord at discord.gg/Kuihman. Twitter.com/Kuihman. Are there any others? Oh, merch on the channel page too. That's a good one. Wait, don't you guys like Doomer? Isn't he doing commentary hit piece shit? No, we don't. I don't think people like Doomer around here.
move this around. How are you doing? It seems like you've had an eventful time.
Yeah, it's got on Hassan's stream. That's a bit interesting.
Oh, really? I didn't see that. I've been out of the loop the past few days. I watched SCV and President Sunday initially talk about it, but I saw a bit of what happened when this stream happened that we're watching now. But I really have no idea what's going on, to be perfectly honest. Still, it seems like there are a lot of details that the general public aren't privy to. So
yeah,
yeah,
the JStalk stream is just a shit show.
yes, but I mean, I'm personally enjoying it. I think all of chat is too. I'm looking forward to seeing now the Hassan thing. I know your trauma is. I'm sorry that I'm enjoying your trauma.
Dude,
it's
the
just,
Hassan thing is so funny. I can't believe that he called fucking Diorio crypto fascist. I mean, I posted a tweet about it earlier, didn't I?
I'm glad that it's not Minecraft rape, but I'm sorry for your personal suffering. Let me.
I mean, it's fine. If this is the drama I end up in, then I'll be okay.
Hey, it could have been Minecraft rape. Let me just change the title.
I mean, I don't hang out with 18-year-olds, so.
Well, yes,
Good.
It's not gonna.
I mean,
it ain't gonna happen.
Good. Let's see. Talking to Doomermedia about the drama. I'm gonna do that for now. That's fine. Okay. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I am Doomer. People probably know me either from the Vosh video or from getting really pissed off and screaming and doing a bad job in one of a variety of debates. one
Good
of
times.
those two things. Do you want me to just take the drama from the start?
Yeah.
It's probably a bit easier for everybody to follow.
Definitely. My storytelling definitely did not help. So
Yeah.
lay it on
Okay,
us.
so I might get the dates slightly wrong. Obviously, I don't have a script or whatever, but this will be approximately correct. So the Vosh video came out in September 2021, and then in October 2021, basically everybody wanted me to do a Hassan video. It's like the obvious follow up to the Vosh thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I was not enthusiastic about that. I mean, like, it would involve watching Hassan for 2 months. It's easy to understand why I wouldn't be enthusiastic.
Dude, menthol is fucking gay. You are gay if you smoke menthol. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
To do it on your
to
own.
do that, yeah.
Yeah, totally. I get that.
So I tweeted out something to the effect of like, do you think people would crowdfund like my living expenses to make a Hassan video? And the main suggestion people had was like, make it a Patreon tier. Like Patreon used to have these tiers, they don't anymore, but it would be like, if I get to this certain amount of money a month, then, you know, I'll do a particular thing. The deprecated feature at this point, but that's what I was planning to do.
Mhm.
And then this guy String just replies and he's like, oh, I'll just DM me, I'll give you the money. It's kind of like, what the fuck? So I DM this guy and he's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, whatever, I'll just, you know, I can pay your living expenses for 2 months. So he pays me $2,800 by PayPal.
Okay,
And
just straight up.
Yeah. And
Wow.
like there's a couple of things to point out here. So there's a big difference between the legal side of this and the ethical side of this. So legally, it is very clear that I never had an obligation. It was just a donation for my living expenses to work on a video. And it's made especially clear, like people are talking about this like it was a loan or something. It was very much never a loan.
Mm-hmm.
And that was made explicitly clear because I asked him.
Well, I mean, yeah, it wasn't a loan, but you did say that you were going to perform a task.
Like, do you want the AdSense from the Hassan video once it comes out? And he was like, no, I don't want you to repay that for tax reasons. So
okay.
like, this should be obvious. I don't know why I need to say this, but I do. If someone is willing to just ship $3,000 to a random person on the internet, they're not going to miss that money all that much, right? Like, it's not really about the money. That being said, you know, that's talking about the legal side of things. Ethically, if you don't do what the money was for, then you should probably repay the money, right?
Yeah.
So flashing forward a little bit, I think about 2 months in the future, this is now like November, the same guy, String, is working on his show. I'm not going to go into details. We'll just call it The Show. The idea was kind of like Space Ghost Coast to Coast, but with Twitch politics or something. Whatever.
Whoa, I've heard this idea before. Horrific.
Anyway,
Okay.
he wanted me to work on developing the show, like basically early show development, trying to figure out the format. You know, how are we going to work with guests? What do we want the content to be? Stuff like that. And I worked on his show for about 2 months. They paid me twice, or maybe it was it's hard to even say. It might have been, no, I guess it was more like 3 months, but the problem is that wasn't full time, so it's hard to say exactly how much work I was doing. But they paid me 2 times for that. Once was $1,000, once was $800.
Mm-hmm.
This is a relevant thing to point out. They never paid me in advance for anything, and this media company show thing had nothing to do with the previous donation.
Right.
So this is like one of the big.
Like, was it his? Was it his?
Yeah, Doomer seems like a poser. Why is this gay little furry ferret avatar got a fucking cigarette? Does he smoke? I don't think he smokes. I've never heard him smoking.
Media company. I mean, was it like a separate LLC thing or PayPal account or whatever it was?
It's a separate thing. His like his friend is the CEO of it, I guess. I don't know the exact corporate structure, but
I see.
It's like the main 2 people were him and his friend. And like his friend apparently is the CEO of it or whatever. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, it sounds very messy and not terribly professional.
Yeah, I don't want to like make it a big thing, but it's not not the most professional outfit.
I don't know anything about any of these people, so anything I say is not reflective on Doomer or them, whatever. I have no opinions. I didn't even know these people existed. I guess they're like Euler orbiter type people.
Yeah, Oilers is a fair term.
Like around Twitch poll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Twitch poll Oilers. So the reason that the media company, there's several reasons this is relevant, but you'll notice when you watch these conversations, a lot of people throw around 5K. Now the real amount, the maximum amount I ever would have possibly owed ethically is $2,800. The other money was for work that I did. It's like a normal job. You don't get paid until you do the work.
Right.
At no point for the show was I ever paid in advance for anything. If anyone ever says that, they're lying. They're just blatantly lying. It's not true.
And it came from a separate place too. Like
and not only that, but a very relevant thing here is that after getting 2 paychecks, I told them I told String, I'm not going to make the Hassan video, so I'll just keep working on your show for free, because he didn't want me to send him money because it would like fuck up his taxes or whatever. But I mean, it's fine for him if I work on the show,
Right.
you know, for free, foregoing payment. And we all seem to agree that I did about $1,000 worth of work.
Okay.
So the relevant total here is about $1,800, something like that. Several reasons, several things to point out at this point. People keep calling me a scammer. First of all, I never owed any money like legally, so I can't be. It's not a loan.
Okay,
So,
dude, this is fucking retarded to go. Well, I'm not legally a scammer. Obviously, people talking colloquially. Obviously. That Stasi, I told you, I'm not having you on to talk around in circles. My point is, it is criticizable that he took the money for 2 years. You agree to that point. I'm not going to sit here and listen to you go, well, it's not that bad. Well, it's not that bad. No, you're a fucking retard, dude. If you agree with that point, there's nothing else to talk about. There is nothing else. There is nothing else to talk about. It's just you coping. It's just you sweeping. I don't care.
second of all, repaying the money was my idea. I was told not to do it. And third of all, I went out of my way to do something to start repaying the money. So you could say that I was being negligent, and you could say that certain things were a dick move, right? But calling me a scammer it's just not true. It doesn't make it, and this will be very, very apparent when we progress with the story a little bit.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, people are going to make memes. It's the internet. So people are going to say scammer media, whatever the fuck. I mean, have your fun.
He had the intention and a date set to repay the money, correct? I don't know if he had the intention. I can't divine his state of mind. I know that he had a date set to repay the money as of March 15th. Yes.
But that's just not true. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I will ask, how is this arranged? Was there any like written agreement? Like when like separating the Hassan thing where he just sent you that chunk of money, right? Completely separately, but with the media company thing, you did work, they paid you for it. Like, how did you end up agreeing that?
It was, I think you might be referencing the original deal that was made.
The total amount of money when it came to like, I mean, the messy crossover of the Hassan video versus the work that you did.
That's
just to be clear,
the payment was, but I think it was set on March 15th. Yep, I agree with that, Hunter. Yep.
There was never any crossover until like a week ago. Like there was never any crossover between those things. The only crossover was that I was doing work on the show as a favor to String without requesting money, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like because I saw it as being String's show. Now, I mean, even if he's not like the CEO of it, to my mind, he's clearly the person who like. This was his idea.
Right. He was
like,
so your only contention with the whole thing is that Doomer left for 2 years and nothing else. Well, I mean, I'd say now, I think he's handling it. I mean, well, I won't say he's handling it poorly because I haven't seen the full DMs. We'll see how it goes from here. I won't make any statements as actions right now because I don't know how it's all going to play out because I've seen bits and pieces sent to me here and there and heard explanations, but we'll see. But yeah, previously, once he came back, he set the date. I think Philly should have given him time, and String should have given him time to get to that date, and have the opportunity to miss the date if he was going to, and then expose it once that date's been set. Obviously, I agree with that. Yes, this is my problem with you fucking stupid cunts in DGG, man. Honestly, you think you're so fucking smart. You like. Hunter, you're a Down syndrome freak, dude. You're an actual freak. And you don't realize how socially inept and actually retarded you are. Not even just socially, intellectually retarded too, okay? Because you think you're really smart, but you think you're listening to the conversation, and you think you know the points people are making, but you fucking don't. You don't. I heard Doomer going on about how people just listen to the vibes of a conversation. They don't actually listen to the words. And DGGers, they think they're better than that. They think they're better than that. They think they're listening to the words. You're not. You just get, oh, Kuihman's being negative towards Doomer, so that means that he agrees with 100% of what STV Philly and Sunday are saying. You're an idiot. No, you're just a pussy small dog in VC with a chance to confront everyone you screw with. I've fought with loads of people on stream many times. I didn't keep butting into the conversation with Doomer because it was already a dog pile and I wasn't going to start jumping on top of it. I just wanted to get the points in that I wanted to get in. And I have nothing to fight Destiny on that's currently relevant. I'm not going to bring up his divorce and start fucking arguing about that. That's insane. It makes me look fucking terrible. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. I brought up the Keffels thing. He didn't fight me on it. You can say I was small dog. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm like going to try and tread carefully around a bigger streamer, but it's just like, are you just like fucking... Like, what do you want me to fucking... What did you want me to fight him on? What did you want, Hunter?
Ranging... He was pulling it together and it's like, hey, I'll do this work for you in exchange. Yeah, I understand.
Like
yeah.
He's kind
It was already a dog pile. I'm only going to jump in when STV and Philly are already going against him. That's not what was said at all, actually. I joined the call because I had specific points that I wanted to bring up with Doomer. I brought those points up, and I didn't go in when STV and Philly or STV and Sunday were already talking. It's very simple. That's just allowing the content to flow. The content on that day, the real content that people were there to see was STV, Sunday, and Doomer. That's what people wanted to see. I had specific points I wanted to raise and points of the conversation where I wanted to keep it on certain rails. But that was it. I wasn't going to fucking take up all the space. Obviously, that's not the content. I wanted you to have conviction in what you believe in. Not shut up and sit down like a little bit. Like, what? Okay, well, yeah. So name one thing that you wanted me to bring up. What did you want me to bring up? Name one thing. Points already brought up in the prior conversation. Points that Doomer kept going back on, Stasi, and no one was holding him to. So have you? Is there any actual response? I did. Do you want me? We can do it right now, Stasi. We can go look right now. I can literally go to JStalk's stream. I can go to the transcript of that day. On my channel, probably easier because I've got the. We can literally go to the VOD. We can show where I asked Doomer those specific questions. We can literally go look at it. Like if your memory's actually that bad, we can do it now. But I'm not an anti-fan. I'm not an anti-fan. I didn't say I was an anti-fan. I reject the framing of being an anti-fan. I'm not obsessed with every little move Destiny makes. I don't hate Destiny just on every single thing he does. I give Destiny a lot of credit. On many different occasions, I give Destiny a lot of credit. And many people here will be able to tell you that there are many ways in which I say Destiny's... That's the point of an anti-fan.
Kind of like a business type. He has ideas and he'll get people to do the things he wants done, right? I mean, he literally calls himself the string puller.
That's cringe. I'm sorry. I've never heard of him before. I'm just going to say, word of advice to string puller. That's a little creepy, but yeah.
Okay, so I still have an outstanding ethical obligation of about $1,800, and that's the point where I fucked off and left the internet, which, I mean, everybody probably realizes happened at some point. I unlisted all the videos from my channel and just disappeared for like 2 years. Now, this is the one point where I've always been like, that was clearly a bit of a dick move. I'm not going to like defend myself there and say I didn't do anything wrong. Obviously, like I had my reasons, but that's kind of a shitty thing to do. If they keep pressing the
Stasi, your jealousy is palpable. It's okay.
issue, I have DMs from before any of this became public where I immediately owned up to that. At no point have I been like, I'm blameless in the matter. I always said that's a dick move.
Stasi, it's okay. I recommend The Arabian Babe. It's probably a terrible content creator name. When you start streaming to 3 people, then give up in a week, I suggest you start with a different username. Just a piece of advice. Just letting you know.
But that being said, sometimes we do things that are not the best, and to my mind, all you can really do is try and make things right.
This guy's like
Ringo exactly
too, I feel.
So that when I fucked off was, I think, early March 2022, and then nothing happens for 2 years until March 15th, 2024. So I'm friends with a lot of like people in Twitch poll, and I get DMs from JStalk and Chud Logic, who are both drama streamers. Mm-hmm. And they're basically like, hey, someone wants to blow you up on stream. Like, what's this all about? And this dude, STV Philly, is calling me a scammer and a liar and all this shit. They never DM'd me before this happened. And they could have. Again, I'm a public figure. I have open DMs on Discord. I've opened DMs on Twitter. They wanted to contact me. They could have, but they went to drama streamers. So I DM the guy, and I'm like, hey, what's up? And the dude's like, hey, I'm String's proxy. I'm here to resolve the situation with the whatever. Mm. And there's some logs I could give you if we need to go through them.
Yeah, send me whenever it feels relevant.
Do you want me to do it now? Because it would take a second to like stop. But I could send it to you after or now, whatever is up to you.
Let's just go through it, and so we have like an idea of, I guess, what we're moving towards.
Yeah. So
Yeah. But wait, I'm sorry. So 2 years went by. So you were at the point where you say you ethically owed about 1.8K, and you worked that out between you and String, like in discussion, I guess, between you two. Like you figured out ish a number.
Well, that's so that we hadn't. There was never like an exact price that we had put on the work that I did for the show. This was something that we kind of agreed upon later. That actually kind of happened at the STV film.
Yeah, I don't just bringing up someone's recent divorce in the middle of a conversation is very insane. Yes.
Philly discussion.
Okay.
So yeah, so like I talked to STV Philly, and basically he's like, "Hey, you owe my friend money," and I was like, "Hey, yeah, that was a dick move of me. My bad. I'll pay it back." And we come to an agreement. I say I'm going to pay them. Like I said I would pay them back within 6 months, and he said, "Well, can you make payments?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll pay you $500 a month, starting in 1 month." This was on March 15th, so the first payment was going to be on April 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like everything was resolved. I told him I was going to pay them back, and he even said like, "I'm going to drop everything. Thanks for having integrity," all this shit like that. And if the money was the issue, that
through Philly or directly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Philly is String's proxy.
Yes, Brian. Brian, you were tapping onto it so far. They just want you to be. They do. Exactly.
By the way, they're going to try and claim that he wasn't, but Philly absolutely was String's proxy. He had way too many screenshots and way too much information to not have been acting for him.
It's him asking me to bring what up? He was asking me to bring up a criticism. The thing is, I didn't bring up any criticism that got to him, so we didn't fight on it. My point is that I could have probably upset him or, cause some fucking issue if I started going at him over the divorce. But that's insane. I brought up the Keffels thing. He didn't want to fight on that one. I don't. How else can I said I wasn't going to. I'm not replying. The bug is losing it. The bug's going to have to crop out a bunch of footage from the video because I don't show messages on screen.
Like it wasn't even just that he had. A lot of people were like, "Oh, what if String just bitched to him in DMs and he did this all on his own?" No, there's no way, because he was getting updated information as the drama was going on. He's 100% String's proxy. If people try to claim otherwise, that's just cope. That's like the biggest cope in the world.
I'll note some of these things as we go, and I guess if there are any things that you do want to make clear that you have receipts for, I'll also note that because I know there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of unknown names, and the timeline is pretty long. So
yeah, unfortunately, I wrote all this down, and it's quite long. I'm kind of giving the Cliff Notes version.
I'll take everything, but like when you give it to me, yeah.
That's the thing is, I'm not going to say everything. Because,
right.
Like, okay, the situation I'm in right now is where these people.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to tread carefully. Yes, if you want to call it small dogging, call that small dogging, Hunter. I don't care. I'm not fucking sitting defending myself from the idea of a fucking label of small dog. Call me small dog. I don't give a fuck, bro. Yes, I will tread carefully around someone with a big platform, because if you get something wrong, they can fucking obliterate you. Yes.
People are like trying to start as much drama about me as possible.
Right.
And they are actively lying about almost every detail of the situation. So I'll just be very blunt. I'm waiting for them to do something very fucking stupid. There's a lot of things they could do. So like, I have a decent amount of evidence, and my story has not changed. There's been a half dozen times I've gone over my sequence of events. Nothing I've said has changed.
It's like, okay, Hunter, let me give you an analogy, okay? Well, and I will stop, okay, Bug? I'll wind this video back, and we'll forget this all happened, okay? Look, Hunter, here's a comparison, right? If I was in a call with her, personally, I believe Lav when she says that Paris Jackson was 17 years old when she fucked Hassan. I believe Lav, because looking at the maths on the ages, it didn't add up with Hassan's story. So I do personally, but if I'm in a call with Hassan, I'm not going to fucking bring up that I think he fucked Paris Jackson when she was 17, because he will fucking destroy me. Now we're going to wind this video back a few minutes.
It could have been Minecraft rape. Let me just change the title.
I mean, I don't hang out with 18-year-olds, so.
Well, yes, good.
It's not gonna.
I mean,
this shit ain't gonna happen.
Good. Let's see. Talking to Doomermedia about the Drama. I'm gonna do that for now. That's fine. Okay. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I am Doomer. People probably know me either from the Vosh video or from getting really pissed off and screaming and doing a bad job in one of a variety of debates. one
Good
of
times.
those two things. Do you want me to just take the drama from the start?
Yeah.
It's probably a bit easier for everybody to follow.
Definitely. My storytelling definitely did not help. So lay it on
Okay,
us.
so I might get the dates slightly wrong. Obviously, I don't have a script or whatever, but this will be approximately correct. So the Vosh video came out in September 2021, and then in October 2021, basically everybody wanted me to do a Hassan video. It's like the obvious follow up to the Vosh thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I was not enthusiastic about that. I mean, like, it would involve watching Hassan for 2 months. It's easy to understand why I wouldn't be enthusiastic
To do it on your
to
own.
do that. Yeah,
Yeah, totally. I get that.
So I tweeted out something to
on
the
stream
effect
is
of, like,
crazy.
you think
I don't even
people-
understand. What is the stigma around pre-watching? What is the stigma around pre-watching? There shouldn't be an issue. Pre-watching should be based. Pre-watching is based, actually. We're changing the narrative on it. Pre-watching is fucking based. You should prepare jokes and arguments. You should be prepared. You should know what's coming. That is better. That is probably better for the content. It's because people like initial reactions. Yeah, but that's gay. That's retarded. What, you just want someone to go, wow, poggies, wow, poggies, when something exciting happens? Is that all you want, really? Just the shock and awe? The moment-to-moment impressions, reaction? Bat chest.
would crowdfund like my living expenses to make a Hassan video. And the main suggestion people had was like, make it a Patreon tier. Like, Patreon used to have these tiers, they don't anymore, but it would be like, if I get to this certain amount of money a month, then, you know, I'll do a particular thing. But
it's not a reaction if it's pre-watched. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What? It's still a reaction. It's just not a first-time reaction. You can still react to something, even if it's not the first time of seeing it. What?
feature at this point, but that's what I was planning to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then this guy String just replies and he's like, oh, I'll just DM me, I'll give you the money. It's kind of like, what the fuck? So I
a reaction. This is coverage. Okay, this is coverage. It's not react. It's coverage. This is drama coverage.
He's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, whatever. I'll just, you know, I can pay your living expenses for 2 months. So he pays me $2,800.
Like journalism.
By PayPal.
You think about it.
Okay,
And
just straight up.
Yeah. And
Wow.
like, there's a couple of things to point out here. So
Mhm.
there's a big difference between the legal side of this and the ethical side of this. So legally, it is very clear that I never had an obligation. It was just a donation for my living expenses to work on a video. And it's made especially clear, like, people are talking about this like it was a loan or something. It was very much never a loan.
Mm-hmm.
And that was made explicitly clear because I asked him, like, do you want the AdSense from the Hassan video once it comes out? And he was like, no, I don't want you to repay that for tax reasons. So
Okay.
this should be obvious. I don't know why I need to say this, but I do. If someone is willing to just ship $3,000 to a random person on the internet, they're not going to miss that money all that much, right? Like, it's not really about the money. That being said, you know, that's talking about the legal side of things. Ethically, if you don't do what the money was for, then you should probably repay the money, right?
Yeah.
So flashing forward a little bit, I think about 2 months in the future, this is now like November, the same guy, String, is working on his show. I'm not going to go into details. We'll just call it The Show. The idea was kind of like Space Ghost Coast to Coast, but with Twitch politics or something. Whatever. Anyway,
Okay.
he wanted me to work on developing the show, like basically early show development, trying to figure out the format. You know, how are we going to work?
I think, yeah. So this is my issue with Doomer at the moment, is at every opportunity he is just trying to downplay, like, how much commitment he really made. But it's like, you did, so you, ultimately, you should just be, it should just be plain. You should just go, yeah, I started paying back, I fucked up. That should be it. Not the whole, Well, you know, I don't have any legal obligation to pay him back, but out of the goodness of my heart, like, that's not, you're being kind of gay about it there. You're being kind of gay. Just like, yeah, I fucked up. I said I was going to pay him back. I didn't. I disappeared. It was a dick move. Anyway, now we've got this agreement and STV's broken it. That's fair. That's fair. But it's the constant fucking, well, I didn't have to do anything. It's like, okay, dude, we get it. But you made an agreement.
With guests, what do we want the content to be? Stuff like that. And I worked on his show for about 2 months. They paid me twice. Or maybe it was it's hard to even say. It might have been, no, I guess it was more like 3 months, but the problem is I wasn't full time, so it's hard to say exactly how much work I was doing. But they paid me 2 times for that. Once was $1,000, once was $800. This is a relevant thing to point out. They never paid me in advance for anything, and this media company show thing had nothing to do with the previous donation.
Right.
So this is like one of the big.
Like, was it his? Was it his media company? I mean, was it like a separate LLC thing or PayPal account or whatever it was?
It's a separate thing. His like his friend is the CEO of it, I guess. I don't know the exact corporate structure, but
I see.
It's like the main 2 people were him and his friend.
Double Creative Cloud moment.
And like his friend.
Doomer is very cringe. Doomer is cringe, being very clear with his language when talking about something people are suing him for. Expert analysis, Kuihman. You weren't just doing it when you started getting legal threats, though, were you, Doomer? You've been doing it the whole time. You do it the whole time. But it's nice that you cannot take a literal piece of criticism, and you have to. Well, you're framing me as kind of a bad guy here, Doomer. You're like a gaylord for running off with money for 2 years. That's pathetic, sniveling behavior. You just kind of have to own that and be like, yeah, I said I was going to pay it back. I didn't. I ran off. It's kind of fucking pathetic of me. But I came back. I'm trying to do right. And you do say that sometimes, but then you constantly will try and downplay the initial agreement and downplay agency. But you can't even take the slightest bit. Doomermedia blocks like every chatter in Discord so they can't post reactions making fun of him. There was an issue with Doomer. You said you were going to pay him back. You said you were going to pay him back. We've seen that. We know you said you were going to pay him back. Before you left. You said through work or cash. There was money to be paid. You felt you had an obligation. Not legal. Not legal. We'll all be perfectly clear. Not necessarily a legal obligation. But morally, socially, you had an obligation. You'd made an agreement. It shouldn't be fucking hard to just be like, yeah, I did that. But everything else, their reaction, the legal threats, is all over the top. They're excessive. They're deliberately trying to farm me. It's fine. You can say that. That's all true. That is all true. I agree with you and all that. They are trying to farm you. Doomer, I've already seen it all. I've already seen it all. Don't worry, bro. I've seen it all. I've spoken to STV. I've spoken to you. I've seen it all. I know they're fucking with you, bro. I know. You still said you were going to pay the money back. Nothing changes that. Nothing changes that. It's very clear. I said I would make good on the agreement, and I am. Doomer, you keep saying things that don't address the point. You did still run off with the money for those 2 years. That's just the fact. That's what I'm criticizing, and your downplaying of it constantly is also what I'm criticizing. That doesn't mean the other people haven't done anything wrong. That doesn't mean you're not getting fucked with. It doesn't mean you're evil, Doom. It doesn't mean you're unironically evil. Have fun with your audience of parasocial, brain-dead, spicy chat dipshits, you two-faced twink snake retard. Doomer, I told you to kill yourself in a private VC the other night. I don't know what you mean by two-faced. Okay, looks like he's gone. Is he gone? Okay.
Apparently is the CEO of it or whatever. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, it sounds very messy and not terribly professional.
Yeah, I don't want to like make it a big thing, but it's not not the most professional outfit.
I don't know anything about any of these people, so anything I say is not reflective on a Doomer or them, whatever. I have no opinions. I didn't even know these people existed. I guess they're like Euler orbiter type people.
Yeah, Oilers is a fair term.
Like around Twitch poll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Twitch poll Oilers. So the reason that the media company, there's several reasons this is relevant, but you'll notice when you watch these conversations, a lot of people throw around 5K. Now the real amount, the maximum amount I ever would have possibly owed ethically is $2,800. The other money was for work that I did. It's like a normal job. You don't get paid until you do the work.
Right.
At no point for the show was I ever paid in advance for anything. If anyone ever says that, they're lying. They're just blatantly lying. It's not true.
And it came from a separate place too. Like
not only that, but a very relevant thing here is that after getting 2 paychecks, I told them, I told String, I'm not going to make the Hassan video, so I'll just keep working on your show for free, because he didn't want me to send him money because it would like fuck up his taxes or whatever. But I mean, it's fine for him if I work on the show,
right?
You know, for free.
Fargo, don't do that. Chill.
And we all seem to agree that I did about $1,000 worth of work.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, Sunday is absolutely conflating. It seems like the payments here, because one is from this media company that String works with to produce this Johnny Sigma dog shit. I believe String is the CFO of that media company, is my understanding. Now, this donation is separate. Donation is separate. But I mean, it's all sort of organized by String. So the issue is that now there's bits that you guys haven't seen. I think that's going to be the problem here. Because Doomer's story is going to make more sense now, like going forward. The parts of it that are happening at the moment make more sense with the stuff that is floating around. But I just don't know it's been released. Do they show?
The relevant total here is about $1,800, something like that. Several reasons, several things to point out at this point. People keep calling me a scammer. First of all, I never owed any money, like legally, so I can't be. It's not a loan. Second of all, repaying the money was my idea. I was told not to do it. And third of all, I went out of my way to do something to start repaying the money. So you could say that I was being negligent, and you could say that certain things were a dick move, right? But calling me a scammer it's just not true. It doesn't make it, and this will be very, very apparent when we progress with the story a little bit. Like, I mean, people are going to make memes. It's the internet. So people are going to say scammer media, whatever the fuck. I mean, have your fun.
I believe Doomer's claiming, I haven't seen the DMs from what I recall. Doomer's claiming that in the initial conversation back 2 years ago, when he said he wasn't making the Hassan video, no, these DMs must have been released. Where are these? We must have these somewhere. Let's double check this. Because I would assume that this claim is that back when he cancelled the Hassan video and proposed repaying the money, that String Puller would have replied, no, don't bother. Have we got any evidence on this? It doesn't really change much for me, because either way, Doomer said he was going to and then left. Sorry, I should say it doesn't change that circumstance for me. It does change what's happening now. It would change what's happening now, because now String is more aggressively pursuing the money. And I think if he initially told him to not repay it, I would view that slightly differently. I'd view the intention there slightly differently.
But that's just not true. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I will ask, How is this arranged? Was there any like written agreement? Like when they, I mean, like separating the Hassan thing where he just sent you that chunk of money, right?
Okay, let me just see these DMs. In those DMs, these DMs have been shown on stream. I'm not going to show them right now just because I'll be extra careful, but they have been shown before, so I'll tell you what the contents is. But basically, Doomer says, also, there's something I need to tell you about. I'm probably going to quit making content, being a public figure, not 100% sure, but like 80%. So I need to pay you back for the Hassan vid, which means you don't have to pay me anymore for the writing work. You've basically got a shitload of my time prepaid. And after the show is done, I can pay back the rest with interest or something. Now, it doesn't seem like that. We're not showing a reply from String here. So either, I don't think Doomer has access to these messages, which I was kind of fuck him a bit. But either String's deleted the reply, isn't showing us it. Because I would assume, that's how I feel about it. Because I would assume that he would reply to that message. If Doomer says that he's going to pay him back, he would either accept or decline. So it could be that String, I'm totally willing to accept that String could have declined here, but Doomer does insist on doing it, and so the agreement is still there. However, like I say, that does put the actions that String's taking at the moment in a bit of a different context, because if you say don't bother about it, don't worry about it like the first time, the idea that then 2 years later you're pursuing it super aggro, that changes it a little bit. Though, having said that, I have seen DMs between String and someone else at the time where he's saying that he thinks Doomer might have essentially fleeced him. String is the guy who does the funding. He's the money man. Okay. Here's what I'll say. I know that in early 2023, there were already claims being made of Doomer scamming up to $6,000. Now, I'm saying claims. I'll be very specific here. Claims. Someone said that was the case. Alligators. No, not a different mark. No. I'll censor these, I guess, even though there's not really much point. So, so Doomer may have led me astray in that thousands of dollars of work I paid for him in pre-prod. He basically said, avoid parasocial interaction. 3rd of March, 2023. I've got another one here. That's the hard part. The data is pointing to no one knowing about it, but it feels cringe getting people to know about it. I knew I should have gone Space Ghost. Oh, did I tell you, Doomermedia scammed me out of almost $6,000. Doomermedia / Politics. Yeah, he mentioned pretty fucked. Doomer's no flake. He ran off a pug hardcore. I paid him for a Hassan video, and he re-releases his Vosh video on Otaku's channel. And that's on the 27th of February, 2023. And Sunday has confirmed that as far as the chat logs exist, as far as the chat logs currently exist for String Puller, he did not reply to the message where Doomer suggested repayment. So he didn't accept or decline, it seems, from what we can tell. Where Doomer says, I'm going, well, he doesn't propose it. What Doomer says is, he replies, he asks whether another content creator drove Doomer out. And Doomer says, a lot of things, that's one of them. Then he asks him, Doomer, to elaborate on the others. And do, oh, hello, sir. Jesus fucking Christ, you made me jump.
I often have that effect. My apologies.
Okay, how's it going?
So I sent you some other. I was actually in error. I reviewed the screenshots. It does persist a little bit after the first ones you looked at. Don't show them on screen because I did kind of a slapdash job of censoring them. But what I can say is, having gone through this, and I would ask you to give it a second blush for me. I don't see him saying, "Don't pay me." don't see
I don't.
any-
That's not immediately jumping out to me. I will go through them with a fine-tooth comb and see if I can get Doomer's interpretation from these, or if he's going to claim it happened in a voice chat or something. We'll see.
That would be
but yeah.
interesting. But I did give you
Thank you
about
for-
6 here as you look
Yes,
at your
I
DMs.
see that there's a lot of DMs there. Thank you.
All right. Have fun. Ciao.
All right, catch you later. Okay, well, we have got even more to dig into here, guys. The Doomermedia drama never ends, guys. It never ends. Going through these DMs might be an off-stream job, boy. I'm not sure, because I'm going to have to sit here and actually go through these. Oh, man, there's so many DMs here. Okay, so, yeah, what was I saying? Doomer says, after the show is done, I can pay you back with interest or something. He's asked if another content creator drove him out. A lot of things, it's one of them. Care to elaborate? He talks about his issues a bit. So, from what I can see in these DMs, I mean, we can... I don't know what Doomer's side of this is, but it looks like in the DMs that there was... I don't know whether he was paid for the work, but there was work that they were expecting from Doomer that didn't material. From what I can see, it seems that way. Because on what happens here? So on... Okay, now this... Okay. I don't buy this story from Doomer that he was told to not pay it back. Because the way their messages end, right? They're talking about the script. Oh, wait, here we go. So this is... he said the Hassan video is cancelled. So that's out of the picture. So now they're talking about the script for the show, I think. And Doomer says on March 4th, I think, March 3rd of 2022, Doomer says, oh, sorry, I've been offline. I'm fine finishing up the script right now. Cancellation could be a fun topic, and yeah, video game addiction seems like a cool thing to explore. March 5th, they talk about Larry David. March 6th, they talk about League. March 7th, this person says, we'll meet about the script at 4. March 9th, I think, he says, hope you aren't dead. Let me know when you can talk if you get this. And then June 5th, he says, well, we have quite the predicament now, don't we? So that shows that as far back as June 5th, 2022, String felt like Doomer had fucked him over in some way. Sorry, I say his name again. We're trying to avoid the name. I mean, everyone fucking knows who this guy is. Who gives a fuck? Look, he's literally in J-Stook's Discord. He's fucking showing himself. He's like revealed himself. It's retarded. The gay string act. It's fucking stupid anyway. The whole string act is fucking retarded. We know the string name. The cat's out of the bag. There we go. Sunday in chat. But yeah, so String was saying that as far back as June 5th, as June 6th, June 5th, I don't know, June 2022, and then 2023, he's talking to someone else about how Doomer took $6,000 from him, $5,000 or $6,000. So that's been a thought for at least a year. So it's not like that's just come out of nowhere now that Doomer's come back to farm drama. But I mean, like, there's no way of knowing without seeing the specific... We need the specific agreements that were made about what work was to be completed. Then the date of the payment, because then we can tell whether the payment was made the same day as the work was assigned or when it was handed in, and the work... And preferably, we want to see the work that was handed in as well. To know who was really in the right here. See, Bug, that's where me and the DGGs differ. I don't think it's based to rip this guy off because of who brought it to light. I think it's based to rip this guy off because he's a fucking mark. Okay, well, yeah, that's muddied the water. I was actually more on Doomer's side like an hour ago. But now this calls into question the whole work thing. I didn't have any question about it before. I was willing to go along with what it seemed like it had happened, which is that Doomer had handed in the work that he was paid for, and it just wasn't. It was just the Hassan video. But now this calls that into question a little bit, because he's been saying for so long that this has been a problem, and I haven't seen the work. It wasn't 6K for a single video. And Sunday says Sunday claims to have receipts for 4.8. Let's say 5K. It says 6K in one of these DMs. Where is it? Almost 6K. Say up to 5K. Up to 5K is what's being alleged, I think. But I don't know. We have to see. We have to see the payment dates. We have to see specific agreements. Surely Doomer still has the files that he handed in. Surely he could just show the date they were created and shit and dispel this. I don't know. Pull up the Wolf of Wall Street arrest scene. You have the files, okay. I can't play movie scenes on stream, unfortunately. That's what Sunday's doing to do. Okay, let's watch a bit more of this.
Completely separately, but with the media company thing, you did work. They paid you for it. Like, how did you end up agreeing that? I guess the total amount of money when it came to like I mean, the messy crossover of the Hassan video versus the work that you did.
There was, just to be clear, there was never any crossover until like a week ago. Like there was never any crossover between those things. The only crossover was that I was doing work on the show as a favor to String without requesting money, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like because I saw it as being String's show. Now, I mean, even if he's not like the CEO of it, to my mind, he's clearly the person who like this was his idea.
Right. He was he was arranging. He was pulling it together, and it's like, hey, I'll do this work for you in exchange. Yeah, I understand.
Like he's kind of like a business type. He has ideas, and he'll get people to do the things he wants done. Right. I mean, he literally calls himself the string puller.
That's cringe. I'm sorry. I've never heard of him before. I'm just gonna say, word of advice to string puller. That's a little creepy, but yeah.
Okay, so I still have an outstanding ethical obligation of about $1,800, and that's the point where I fucked off and left the internet. Which, I mean, everybody probably realizes happened at some point. I unlisted all the videos from my channel and just disappeared for like 2 years. Now, this is the one point where I've always been like, that was clearly a bit of a dick move. I'm not going to like defend myself there and say I didn't do anything wrong. Obviously, like I had my reasons, but that's kind of a shitty thing to do. If they keep pressing the issue, I have DMs from before any of this became public where I immediately owned up to that. At no point have I been like, I'm blameless in the matter. I always said that's a dick move. But that being said, sometimes we do things that are not the best, and to my mind, all you can really do is try and make things right, which is exactly what I did. So that when I fucked off was, I think, early March 2022. And then nothing happens for 2 years until March 15th, 2024. So I'm friends with a lot of like people in Twitch Poll, and I get DMs from JStalk and Chud Logic, who are both drama streamers. Mm-hmm. And they're basically like, hey, someone wants to blow you up on stream. Like, what's this all about? And this dude, STV Philly, is calling me a scammer and a liar and all this shit. They never DM'd me before this happened. And they could have. Again, I'm a public figure. I have open DMs on Discord. I have open DMs on Twitter. They wanted to contact me. They could have, but they went to drama streamers. So I DM the guy, and I'm like, hey, what's up? And the dude's like, hey, I'm String's proxy. I'm here to resolve the situation with the whatever. Mm-hmm. And there's some logs I could give you if we need to go through them.
Yeah, send me whenever it feels relevant.
I see you copying paste. Okay.
Do you want me to Do you want me to do it now? Because it would take a second to like stop. But I could send it to you after or now, whatever is up to you.
Let's just go through it, and so we have like an idea of, I guess, what we're moving towards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, I'm sorry. So 2 years went by. So you were at the point where you say you ethically owed about 1.8K, and you worked that out between you and String, like in discussion, I guess, between you two. Like you figured out ish a number.
Well, that's so that we hadn't. There was never like an exact price that we had put on the work that I did for the show. This was something that we kind of agreed upon later. That actually kind of happened at the STV Philly discussion.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So, like, I talked to STV Philly, and basically,
Yeah, Doomer just has like the lolcow gene, where he's like, it has to respond to every bit of criticism and can't let anything pass him by. If you say anything about him anywhere, he'll be there. Like, I'm not a groomer. I'm not a groomer.
basically, he's like, "Hey, you owe my friend money," and I was like, "Hey, yeah, that was a dick move of me. My bad. I'll pay it back." And we come to an agreement. I say I'm going to pay them. Like I said I would pay them back within 6 months, and he said, "Well, can you make payments?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll pay you $500 a month, starting in 1 month." This was on March 15th, so the first payment was going to be on April 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like everything was resolved. I told him I was going to pay them back, and he even said like, "I'm going to drop everything. Thanks for having integrity," all this shit like that. And if the money was the issue, that
through Philly or directly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Philly.
Okay, what were you saying? PayPal has guidelines that complicate it. Donations are not technically permissible. Payments can be recorded and disputed. Donations must follow standard practice. You verify if you're a non-profit or not. Patreon still applies. That's why users get their PayPals pulled. Okay.
Is String's proxy. By the way, they're going to try and claim that he wasn't, but Philly absolutely was String's proxy. He had way too many screenshots and way too much information to not have been acting for him. Like it wasn't even just that he had. A lot of people were like, "Oh, what if String just bitched to him in DMs and he did this all on his own?" No, there's no way, because he was getting updated information as the drama was going on. He's 100% String's proxy. If people try to claim otherwise, that's just cope. That's like the biggest cope in the world.
I'll note some of these things as we go, and I guess if there are any things that you do want to make clear that you have receipts for, I'll also note that because I know there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of unknown names, and the timeline is pretty long. So
yeah, unfortunately, I wrote all this down, and it's quite long. I'm kind of giving the Cliff Notes version.
I'll take everything, but like when you give it to me, yeah.
That's the thing is, I'm not going to say everything. Because,
right.
Like, okay, the situation I'm in right now is where these people are like trying to start as much drama about me as possible,
right?
And they are actively lying about almost every detail of the situation.
Well,
so I'll just be very blunt. I'm waiting.
I mean, then Doomer needs to corroborate. If they're lying, then Doomer needs to corroborate this idea that they told him not to pay it back.
For them to do something very fucking stupid.
See.
There's a lot of things they could do. So like, I have a decent amount of evidence, and my story has not changed. There's been a half dozen times I've gone over my sequence of events. Nothing I've said has changed. The things they have said have changed radically, and they're just wrong. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like leak everything, but
right.
I can, at least the most important things that I'm saying, I can provide evidence for.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think that makes sense. You don't want to show all of your cards all at once. You want them to make some kind of statements and show something that you can refute if it's incorrect. Okay.
And also, this is a relevant detail that you might not know about yet. They're threatening me with a lawsuit, so that also changes things quite a bit.
When did that happen?
That's a bit later in this story. We haven't quite gotten there yet.
Gotcha.
But that's a very relevant detail as to why my behavior has changed. So people would say, you have an obligation to pay back the money. Well, I would say I have an obligation to make a good faith effort to resolve the dispute, and I did. We came to an agreement. I told them I was going to pay them money, and they broke that agreement a week later for no fucking reason. That was the STV Philly President Sunday thing you saw.
Mm-hmm. We are only halfway through. I just FYI, that's as much as people have seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, they explicitly said in DMs that they were not going to do that. They said they were not going to keep causing drama because they are claiming what they care about is the money, and we already resolved the money. I already said I would pay them back. We have a schedule set up to pay them back, right?
Okay.
I'm just gonna spoiler alert. It's not about the money. This guy, again, he shipped 3K to a random person on the internet. $3,000 means nothing to him. That's why he was willing to give it to me in the first place. He's trying to cause trauma. Every step of the process is going to make that very clear.
It doesn't make any sense, dude. It does not make any sense. Where we need this corroboration for him telling him not to pay him back? Because as far as it seems like there was work not completed based on these DMs. Now, it could be he wasn't paid for the... Sunday, do you have anything to suggest that Doomer was paid for this script that he seems to have not delivered? Not the Hassan one, but on March 7th, 2022, String says, we'll meet about the script at 4. And then March 9th, it says, hope you aren't dead. So around that, it seems like they're looking for... Yeah, give me a minute. It seems like they're looking for a piece of work around that time. I just want to know whether that was ever paid for. Also, it's retarded to just say, yeah, you can scam people as long as they're rich. Like, Doomer sounding like Hassan right now. The money doesn't mean anything to you. You're a capitalist. That was what you're saying. Yeah, sure. But did String pay Doomer for the script that wasn't delivered on March 7th? So no, he didn't. He didn't pay him. There's no payment for that last piece of work. He would have been paid in advance. I think String. It would be. Yeah, this needs I mean, Sunday, you're working on a video or some shit, right? What we need is evidence of those payments, and you need to line up the payments with the agreements for the piece of work and whether it was delivered or not, and just account for each payment and what work was expected from it, and whether or not it was delivered. Surely String can find these payments. It was on PayPal. All right, no worries, Sunday.
So SUV Philly goes to President Sunday, who is the single person who hates me most in the world, and who is going to be most willing to make as big of a stink about this as possible. If you were trying to start drama, the person that you would go to is President Sunday.
Yes, of course.
He is going to platform you basically as much as he possibly can.
I mean, that's why we're watching it, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's content. Exactly. He's going to get really pissed off. He's not going to push back on anything you say. And I mean, look, if you want to start drama, that's the way to do it. But you don't get to do that and then be like, oh, we're just making a good faith effort to recover the money. That's not true. We already had an agreement. So that pissed me off. Seeing him go on there, and again, especially being called a scammer, it's just so out of place.
Yeah, sure. Legally, sure. It may be. I'm not particularly bothered. I don't care about the legal aspect of this particularly. That's not of interest to me right now. It's just whether or not Doomer had agreed to things and then not fulfilled them. I'm not really interested in I can't judge anyway. You can tell me anything, and I can't validate it. I don't know shit about law. And so, do we know what that payment in January 2022 was for? What piece of work was that? Yeah. That was the show. Sure, that was the show, but what was expected of him? What work specifically? It says 40 hours at 25 an hour. Everything billed is hourly is for the show. Sure. I guess what was expected? What tasks was he to? Or was it just sharp at meetings? Was there a script he was supposed to produce? Did the script ever materialize? Did the draft ever materialize? Did he work those 40 hours? Show up at meetings, produce a treatment. And I see, so he says he produced a treatment. I don't know if you can verify that. Show up at meetings. It seems like he missed at least one meeting on March 7th, right? Because he vanished. He missed meetings pretty frequently. Yeah, I mean, and Doomer did say, basically, it's okay for me to steal from this guy because he's rich. That is pretty crazy, yeah. That is literally a Hassan or Wash take, no? Isn't this guy against that shit? I don't know, man. Seems wild to me. Seems pretty wacky to me.
Given the things that I have done. The only reason there's even a discussion about me paying back the money in the first place is because I proposed the idea of paying it back. It was never a loan, right?
Right. I got you. You weren't making promises of things that you didn't.
Doomer can say that. Also, Doomer can say that, you know, there was no. This was just a donation. That it was no strings attached. But I mean, the payment, on the payment note, it literally says Hassan bad ? Like, I don't know, man.
Deliver on, but there are ethical implications that you're saying that you put out there that you are trying to own up to.
Basically,
rectify.
Yeah, it's like to me, this is the right thing to do, and I try to do the right thing. You know, you fuck up sometimes, but I'm trying to resolve it. So Philly goes on fucking Sunday stream, calls me a scammer and a liar and all this bullshit.
Okay, so on the 11th of May or the 5th of November, 5th of November, because I'm retarded, brackets British. On the 5th of November, 2021, String said, some potential items I was coming up with. Let's meet about that soon and set something up for Monday. Trying to get a PA on board to help with the note-taking, meeting, setting, communicating between departments. Setting a meeting for tomorrow to go over sprint planning if you're free around 11 or 12, showing take an hour. 2 hours later, doing to say, sorry, I've been away from the computer all day. Do you have any availability later in the day tomorrow? We can do tonight if you're around. On my panel at 8 EST, we'll probably be busy until then. Can talk after that, but I'm assuming it's too late here. And so what then? I mean, that's not really missing a meeting because it just never happened, right? I mean, did they schedule that properly and he missed it, or? It definitely seems like he was being fucking horrific to work with, but that's not necessarily a commitment that's been missed.
And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go on Sunday stream where he's like, there's no way I'm going to get a fair showing there. So I go on J-Stock stream, who is going to be a lot more.
See, listen, guys, I'm fair. I'm fair. I look at the facts. Don't let anyone tell you that Kuihman's not fair, okay? Don't let anyone ever tell you that. Kuihman is fair. I'm so fair.
Reasonable about the whole situation. I think you saw part of that stream.
Yeah, we watched like half of it.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
My perception is that Philly basically got nuked from orbit.
I'm so fair. I'm the fairest streamer.
He kept citing evidence that backed up my point and not his. He lied a ton. Like almost everything he said in that stream is what's not even necessarily fair to call it a lie because he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Again, he wasn't there. Philly never reasonably should have been involved at all because he just doesn't have a clue what happened. So like he's saying all these things that are incorrect and then I'm correcting him. But like, what the fuck is he even supposed to say about it, right? He doesn't know. He doesn't have any of the information.
I understand
so he's like,
what you mean. I guess like that's part of the problem is like, I don't know where, like Philly is kind of like a wild card that takes up so much space. So it's like, I want to separate in my mind, like what, like Philly's existence in this and the Strings dude, like how much participation he has had at all. Like, in the present day.
Someone just commented on my latest video. God, I'm not even gonna. I don't even want to say it. God's Stardust is so beautiful, is what the comment says. That's wretched.
Or if like, did Philly just kind of like start? I mean, regardless of whatever they were talking about behind the scenes, because like I don't know that, but like, was any of this engagement happening between Strings and you or Strings and other people? Or it's always been, like, Philly?
Okay, so this is the entire genesis of the argument, is, like, when we kept asking him, it took him forever to give, like, a straight answer to this. When we asked him, why would you violate the agreement and start public drama over an issue that's already been resolved in private? The issue he kept saying was, well, because you weren't a man and you didn't message String. But that makes no sense because, first of all, he never told me to. All the DMs are public. I was never told to. And second of all, if someone is sending a proxy to talk to me, obviously that means they don't want to talk to me directly. If they wanted to, they could have just DM'd me. Like, if you're sending somebody else to talk to me, I'm going to make the assumption you don't want to talk to me, right? That's just the logical assumption.
Do you think that Philly, though, and I don't know, and I have no stake in the answer, but like like how much could it be like Philly going drama rogue? Like I don't know the intentions of anyone.
So they have to have been participating with each other because Philly keeps getting updated information.
Okay.
So like it's not possible that he just went rogue. Also, if he just went rogue and String didn't want him to do that, then he could have DM'd me and been like, dude, sorry, like I didn't mean for that to happen. Like I'll tell him to calm the fuck down or whatever. Obviously that never happened.
So the negotiation was like all of it, like the agreement to, because I'm sorry, I also didn't like read through. I only saw some of the DMs that were on the screen in the last Sunday stream.
I can send you the full logs.
Okay,
in a second.
So, but that was all like, so yeah, so you're saying since you assumed the guy didn't want to talk to you directly, you worked it out with Philly, and part of it was supposed to be like you start doing this payment and there won't be public drama and you continue on with your lives.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay.
Yeah. And then they started drama. A couple of relevant things from that stream, because it's just a complete shit show. I was saying, tell String to send me his PayPal. I'll send him $500 right now. Like I was saying, I will send you money on stream. Like if you're calling me a bullshitter, then call my bluff. Give me your PayPal. You know, I'm not bullshitting.
When was that? Like
that's
stream?
That's in this stream. It's in the JStalk stream.
Okay.
And they never did.
Wait,
obviously.
Well, I mean, this did happen. He was trying to pay it back during that stream, I think. He messaged the guy, right? It's just afterwards he's decided that he's not paying it back anymore. And I mean, when the DMs come out, there'll be an argument to be had, I'm sure. People will have different opinions on whether it was justified or not for Doomer to change his mind. We'll see. Obviously, I don't want to make a statement on that until everyone's ready. Stuff to be leaked.
And yeah, I don't know. Philly is just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Eventually, he finally admits he was just trying to cause drama.
Philly says that, or
the key thing is the legal.
Yeah, he says that's
process,
what's in the stream. Destiny joins and like is grilling him, and he eventually admits like, yeah, I was just trying to cause drama because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, he was gonna pay the first payment of the payment plan, right, floating.
Why you would be like, oh well, you know, you're being a dick for not messaging someone who clearly doesn't want to talk to you. It just doesn't, like, the story makes no sense at all. And why would you violate the agreement? You know, why would you try to litigate something that's already been resolved? And he keeps saying stuff like, well, I don't trust you. And it's like, well, I mean, you can not trust me on April 16th after I haven't paid the money. That would be reasonable. But we made the agreement, and you know, the first payment isn't for 3 weeks. Like, what the fuck?
Right. I see where you're coming
Emery
from.
super chatted $2 from Emery. Frag get media professional retard.
Thank you for the $2, Emery.
That, like, I don't know Philly well. I think we fought about Tom at some point, but he does seem like he likes the drama. I could see maybe again, I don't know anything, but I could see this String person possibly like not necessarily engaging with it, but maybe Philly going off on his own with some like receipts or whatever, like and as you said, saying whatever he wanted to on that stream, which we haven't gotten to the Destiny part either, so I guess we'll eventually see what he got out of.
That's what a lot of people said. I don't think that's true. I think it was very deliberately coordinated for reasons we'll get to shortly.
Okay.
So again, they're saying you're being a dick for not talking to him. Why don't you talk to him? And obviously, at this point, I do not trust Philly at all. The guy is like a complete moron, as far as I can tell. So I'm like, well, not talking to that guy anymore. So I DM String, and he doesn't respond to me for 3 days. Or not 3 days. He doesn't respond to me for 2 days.
Okay.
And then when he finally responds, first of all, it is very clearly a legal threat. What he says, and then he like. The dude just like refuses to talk for himself. I'm not going to leak this DM yet, but I will eventually.
Okay.
He says something. He says, "I'm very busy, but here is a message from the involved party," and he sends a message from the CEO of the media company. Which again, this guy is not involved.
Oh God.
In String making a donation to me. So he just like gives me a legal statement from this other guy, and then the other guy sends me a message, and he's like talking to me in this extreme legalese language. And he's like, our counsel will be in contact with you, or whatever the fuck he said. They're making very obvious legal threats. and they're misrepresenting basically everything about the situation.
Okay, yeah. So there's this big long message that gets sent that is supposedly from the CEO of this media company that was producing this Twitch poll show, the Space Ghost shit, whatever podcast shit. Supposedly from him, sent through string, basically saying, "Hey, listen, dude, you owe us a bunch of fucking money. If you don't pay us, well, you're gonna pay us."
So they're claiming
that's why Doomer decided that he was changing his mind and not paying them.
Had nothing to do with Philly, which is just insane because it's like not possible for Philly to have the information that he had without them cooperating. But then beyond that, they're trying to use my communication with Philly to entrap me into some kind of illegal contract. Basically, what they're trying to argue is that because I agreed to pay back the money to Philly, that means I owe the money to their media company for money that String personally donated to me 2 months before I even knew the media company was a thing.
Okay, if that's true, then I think that will be very clear when it does come out, and that will. I mean, I know that if that's what I end up seeing, I will definitely make sure that other people know about it as well, because that's a very cut and dry thing. Like if you obviously have receipts from getting payment from the media company, and if you have everything that you say you have, then yeah, that has very clearly nothing to do with it. Now, I would say that it was probably all of it was done very irresponsibly for your own safety. But sorry, there's squirrels running around on my roof right now. It's freaking me out.
I mean, there's a lot of criticisms you could make of me in the situation, right? Of being a fucking moron in various different ways. And like, again, I was a dick to this guy. I'm not trying to escape that. But I did make a very reasonable and good faith effort to try and fix the situation. Everything sort of reasonably in my power. So when they contacted me and made legal threats, first of all, that changes everything.
Yeah,
that goes from like, I'm not talking to somebody anymore who is making a reasonable effort to fix the situation. I'm talking to someone who's going to try and use my efforts to cooperate against me in court. So It's like, okay, now I'm treating you with the maximum level of hostility. Like we're not on friendly terms anymore. Like you're being treated as a hostile party. It's the thing where it's like, people say don't talk to the police even if you're innocent, because you can convict yourself or you can incriminate yourself without even knowing that you're doing that. So like I'm pretty sure I know what their legal argument's going to be. It's basically going to be, well, you agreed to a repayment with Philly, therefore you're acknowledging that you have a debt. Therefore, you legally entered into a contract and you have to repay your debt, which is just not remotely.
That's not going to work. That's not going to work.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's not what happened. It's probably not going to work. But the thing is,
I mean, yeah, I mean, I agree. If Doomer thinks that they are going to deliberately, legally harass him, and is confident that he has no legal obligation to pay, then yeah, he should not pay. That is the smart thing to do, because yeah, he may incur. I'm guessing in terms of law, there is probably like some. If he starts paying it back, that's like he's saying that he's acknowledged the debt by agreeing with Philly. But I figure if he starts paying it back, then that's like that really shows that there was an agreement that you were supposed to make good on. So I mean, it does make sense if he's trying to minimize his liability, I think. But like I said, I don't know shit about the law. I don't know shit about American law, especially. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe they've got an argument.
They can give you shit for it.
They can harass me because they have a lot of money. So like they can file frivolous legal shit, and they probably will no consequences will come to them. But at the very least, in the public arena of talking to a reasonable person, if I post all of the receipts and go through it, there's like even people who hate me will be like, yeah, I mean, you're getting dicked around here a bit.
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't have to be
I mean, it seems that way from the DMs, but I just can't be sure because I don't know what the deal is with this work. It seems like he was flaky, kind of shitty to work with, but I can't make any more firm statements on what the deal with this work was because we just don't. It doesn't seem like we've got the hard records of it. You're right in this case. If Doomer pays him, he's admitting guilt. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Jimberly. Thank you. I'm always right. I'm pretty much always right. I think I've ever been wrong, actually.
A good guy in any of this. And I mean, it could be that they're like, well, fuck this guy. Maybe we'll fuck around with his head a bit. You know, it could be any of those things. And yeah, I think it'll be made clear one way or another. I think that all of the things that
Cherry best girl. That's all you're wrong on. I like Cherry. Okay.
Said that you can confirm, will either confirm your
Should be asleep. What time is in Bongaland? Is 1:36 a.m. And no, I always stream past this time.
Or not. But the idea that anything with SCV would hold up in any possible way, I would say that, I mean, personally, as a critique, maybe for the future, I wouldn't have gone through Philly for literally anything in any capacity whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what everybody said. Diorio was like, "You're a fucking retard for even talking to this guy," and I'm like, "Yeah, you're right."
That's true.
Because, like, I mean,
that may be what fucks him as well. If they do try to take it to court, so I mean, yeah, spitting.
If he, especially,
again, I was just trying to be friendly. I was trying to resolve things. Like,
yeah, well, it's unfortunate that. You
probably should have just reached out to String and been like, "Hey, what's the deal? Well, Philly's contacting me." That would have been the smart thing to do, but he didn't do that. That feels that you can say I was just trying to be friendly and resolve it, but it comes off like he probably didn't want to face the guy who owed money.
Just can't do that.
Yep.
Okay. Well. All right. So then. So continuing from here, was there?
I mean, that's most of the things. I mean, I could go through all the different things they were lying about, but like, it's probably more detailed than you guys need. I mean, they're just completely misrepresenting the situation, trying to claim that like things were involved in the media company that weren't there. They explicitly rejected the repayment schedule that we had already agreed upon. Again, and they're framing everything as though like, well, we were never even in contact with Philly. I'll send you. Here, hold a second.
I would say definitely. I'm very interested in the distinction between the media company and this other party that's involved versus the string person, and then also separately Philly, because obviously Philly is a part of this to whatever degree. It doesn't mean he knows anything. He could just be pulling shit out of his ass. It can't. But then I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to piece this together in my brain.
Yeah. So first up, that's them threatening me. That's like the one thing I'm willing to leak. Them making legal threats very explicitly. This is a summary I gave to somebody else explaining the situation. So if you want to go back and look through like all the details, you can do that.
Okay. Cool.
And then I'll give you the DMs with Philly.
Okay. Have this and
yeah, I mean, like, again, this is a situation where like I'm not blameless. I fucked up a bit, but scammer is way too far for what actually happened.
Yeah, he acknowledges it there.
Well,
a little bit.
Unfortunately, people aren't going to necessarily use the most.
He gives a little bit of ground there. I fucked up. Okay, you left with the money for 2 years. That's what you did. But I mean, exactly. But then that's the thing as well, is that would have been my perspective when I started watching this conversation. But then now I don't know, because it seems like String has been saying for a long time that Doomer fucked him out of a lot of money. More than just this Hassan video. So I can't.
It's accurate
it's hard,
language
it's just so
when it comes to.
We'll see when the evidence comes out.
Titles,
if it does.
etc.
I understand.
So it sucks, but you live, laugh, learn. I don't know. Sorry, I'm opening this. Okay, so this is not on screen yet. And move this.
Are we to believe that Doomer has no money? I do.
Okay. This says, again, we have not ever utilized a proxy of any sort to quote unquote harass you. Our legal representation will be in communication with you. Okay. I'm not totally sure what that is related to. I did see that.
That's the person
noted.
who's the CEO of the media company claiming that Philly had nothing to do with them and that they're going to sue me.
Oh, okay. Well, the problem is,
He's on the brink of homelessness, according to his own statements. Guys, speaking of being on the brink of homelessness, please remember to like, subscribe, donate, buy a membership, gift a membership, buy a super chat if you can. Thank you very much.
we have not utilized a proxy to quote unquote harass you. Means that they
The eviction's
could have
coming
still
up,
used
guys. The
a
eviction's coming up.
proxy,
Okay,
You know,
Donate
it's the
now.
harassing
The-
you part.
clarify the
that-
joke.
If I leak
That's a
the
joke.
rest of the DMs, it'll be very clear that that's what
Okay,
you're saying.
got you. Okay, that's one point to think on. Okay, so I will read.
Queen Bee, staving off the eviction one more day. Thank you for the gifted membership.
This one, okay. So String donated $2,800 to me in October 2021 for living expenses to make a Hassan video. There's a difference between legal and ethical obligations. Legally, I have no obligations here. This was not a loan, a contract, a payment for services, etc. Additionally, I asked him if he wanted the AdSense.
I'm like 99% sure Philly just really wanted to stir some shit and had a golden opportunity to do so. Yeah, I think so too. I think I agree. I've come around on that perspective for sure. I didn't think Philly was drama farming at first because I've always got sort of like a, you know, bit of a flaccid vibe from him. But no, I think it seemed like he wanted to get Doomer on stream. He wanted to get some licks in against Doomer for running off with the money for sure.
For the Hassan video, and he said no, meaning he clearly did not want the money back. Then later he hired me to do work on his show. I was paid $1,800 in 2 payments for work I completed. I was only paid for things that were already done. After the second payment, I told String I wasn't going to make a Hassan video and was going to continue to work on the show for free to try and pay him back without affecting his taxes. This amounted to $1,000 of work, which seems to have been agreed upon by both parties. Okay, that part, what you have receipt, you don't have to show them or anything, but you're saying you have receipts of.
Okay, so I mean, they were billing for hours for the show. He's describing the Hassan thing as a donation, but you are correct in saying that he did then say later on that donation counts for prepaid work.
Of those payments from them for the show.
No, but they seem to have agreed to that.
Um.
Also, don't drag Sundan here. I'm not talking to that guy.
Oh no, I wasn't planning on it. I'm not looking at chat if he's in chat or anything with peace and love. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so I don't know exactly how
Based Topher, if Doom were a woman, no one would care. Based.
this was worked out. I mean, like between you and any of them. Like, did you have interactions with the CEO guy, the friend guy?
Reverse the roles.
What should I call him?
in the Philly DMs we get
What
into
if
that.
what if it was what if Philly was scamming? Hey, what if it was a black guy doing it? How would you feel then?
Okay.
But no one really seems to disagree about this detail.
Okay.
And also it's not super relevant because I'm paying them back way more than this anyway.
Or I mean, I guess like I'm just trying to understand the journey of how we got to where we are now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so.
So
it's just,
another detail. Sorry, I'm forgetting you don't know.
No,
everything
go
that
ahead.
happens.
I know nothing. Just remember.
Yeah. So I don't know if I talked to you on that previous account, but I deleted the auth codes from my old Discord account, so I can't go back and pull DMs.
Okay.
and like they claim that they have everything, but they're not releasing any of it. They keep alluding to shit and not releasing it. Every time they release something, it confirms my story and not theirs.
Okay.
That happens several times in the JStalk stream. So like if they want to drop all the DMs, if they want to literally dump everything, that would make me the happiest.
So what does he think it's confirming?
Okay.
But I deleted the auth codes from my old Discord account, so I can't go back and pull DMs.
Okay.
And like they're
With 1,800 in 2 payments for work I'd already completed. That is accurate. The second payment, I told String I wasn't going to make a Hassan video and was going to continue to work on the show for free. Try and pay him back without affecting his taxes. So, I mean, but that seems like Doomer is suggesting that he put that forward, and there was never any mention of taxes in the DMs. So went to $1,000 of work. Seems to have been agreed upon by both parties. And I disappeared from the internet. Single item 1,800. Where's that? I don't see the agreement on how much the work was either. Yeah, I haven't seen any agreement that the work added up to $1,000 that he did. And I've seen like all the DMs from around that time, I think, between him and String. I think this is everything from around that time. As long as nothing's been edited, nothing's been taken out, I should be able to see like every DM from when Doomer suggests that he won't make the Hassan video and needs to pay String back until Doomer disappears from the internet. And I can't see that. But I don't know. It could be that it's been edited out or deleted or something. Or is in a voice call. I don't know. On March 15th, STV contacted both Chud and JStalk by DMs to try and ream me out on stream.
They claim that they have.
Give DM me first and didn't. I then DM'd STV Philly, who was working as String's proxy. When I talked to STV Philly, I immediately told him I'd return the money, actually a good deal more, $3,000. I said I'd make a payment by April 15th, 2024. Pay $500 a month for 6 months. Thank me for wrong to agree and say drop everything. Okay. Weird. Philly broke that agreement 100%. Again, being fair, Philly broke the agreement 100%. Yes, that happened. Absolutely. But I don't see this idea that it was actually not $2,800. It seemed like Doom was fine to concede that, but now we're saying here that it was that he paid back $1,000 in work. But I haven't seen that. I just don't see that anywhere. So it seems like it was probably close to 3,000.
Have everything, but they're not releasing any of it. They keep alluding to shit and not releasing it. Every time they release something, it confirms my story and not theirs.
Okay.
That happens several times in the JStalk stream. So like if they want to drop all the DMs, if they want to literally dump everything, that would make me the happiest because it would just completely vindicate me. But they're not willing to do that. Now, if they sue me, then I'll subpoena Discord for the logs. But for now, I just don't really have an option.
Right.
Because if you don't have the auth codes for an account with 2FA, like you just can't get to it. So like they have the exculpatory evidence that proves everything I'm saying is accurate. They're just refusing to post it. And if they actually take this to court, then certainly I will go and get all of that. But that's why I don't necessarily have receipts for everything. I can understand that might look bad, but
no, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. This is, you're not expecting it to go this way, especially when it's like a separate situation from, the Hassan thing to I understand.
Subpoena Discord for the direct messages chat.
Right.
Because like a lot of the things they're claiming, like there are DMs where you could just post the DM and it's like, okay, you're lying.
I'd be interested to know like what.
Right. So that, because then they can say that you agreed to this or that or whatever. I guess what I'm trying to understand is like, okay.
Subpoena Discord for the direct messages, Chad.
Right.
Because like a lot of the things they're claiming, like there are DMs where you could just post the DM and it's like, okay, you're lying.
Right. So that, yeah, because then they can say that you agreed to this or that or whatever. I guess what I'm trying to understand is like, okay, so.
And we're saying that the basis for Doomer thinking that he's done $1,000 worth of work is that STV said it. Yeah, we do have the direct messages. Because it's not agreed upon in here, the value of that work.
So
Hello
when
again, my good
you
man.
were paid.
Oh, hello again.
Hey, you seem like you're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I
help guide you through this.
Yeah, go for it. Try.
Okay, I gestate, so I'm a little bit topped up. So, if you will follow me, I'm going to send you a small little doc. I'm going to guide you through it.
Okay. Am I
Boom,
pulling this
boom,
up on
boom.
stream or am I just leaving it in?
You're just pulling it up on stream. I'll just pop it in general. Okay.
Okay.
Is that the right one? Yes, it is. Frabjeste Kalukale. That's just uploading. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Sweet. Yeah, if you can just pop that up on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pop it up on screen.
Oh, well,
I'll,
let me do it because
I'll just share. You wanna
otherwise
do
I
it?
have to
Okay.
set up a capture for my Discord.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll just I'll do a screen share.
By the way, would you be open to Doomer coming on stream tonight?
Of course. If you want to
Good.
talk to Doom, I'm open to him coming on. I don't know if
I don't think he wants to talk to me, but I feel
Oh.
like any stream with Doomer on it is a stream made just a little bit better.
There we go. Okay. Right.
All right, let's see this. Sweet. Okay. Let it run for a little bit. You're going to want to go a little bit farther down. Jump ahead. Jump to the middle. I think it's about where you want to be. Keep going. Stop here. Hang on. Go a little bit more. I think. Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to talk about this on stream. Stop right here. Okay. So right here. So STV Philly says, okay, well, I have receipts saying he paid you. Do you have receipts saying you paid him back partially? Yes, I know you sent him almost 20 pages of docs. I have those docs, by the way, if you want to see them. Doomermedia says, ask him if I did work for free on the show with the understanding that I was not making Hassan video and was trying to repay the debt. STV Philly replies, and note the time within the minute. That counts as some form of repayment. Let's say 1K. Let's just focus on the 2800 for the Hassan video. This is what Doomermedia is using to essentially infer that he now has a written confirmation by the person he owes the money to that the work he has done up till this point, I should say past the point of completing his work on the show, goes up to $1,000 in value. Is $1,000 in value. So that he owes 1.8 currently on the Hassan video, and I'm assuming with interest he's going to add an extra 200. So he's bringing down what he owes on the Hassan video to 2,000, right? Roughly.
Okay.
That's literally it.
Right, yeah, it's just confusing because STV here says let's just focus on the 2800 for the Hassan video after saying let's say 1K. So it's almost it's like he's topped it back up again after knocking the 1K.
What it sounds
he probably
like
thinks he thinks Doomer's talking about the work, doesn't he? And then the actual work that he was paid for. So he's confused that and he's just focused it right, yeah.
A little bit more so than that. So STV Philly obviously considers these to be different. He considers the 1K to be the amount of work he has done for the show. Because the consensus between Philly and String is that he didn't do the work he did for the show. For the as far as the Hassan video is concerned, Doomer's trying to say that this is confirmation that he did 1K of additional work that can go towards his debt. Yeah. Now, there's a couple of problems with this. Obviously, that's a leap by itself. Like, it's conceivable. You could go, oh, okay, like pending some clarification. I could kind of see this as being reflecting an attitude that, we're going to count this as that. But how I read this, and I think this is a more reasonable read, is STV Philly is speaking too much, and he's just flat out going like, okay, sure, what you're talking about sounds like repayment. let's say it was like 1K or whatever, but I'm really interested in the Hassan video. That's what that sounds like to me. This isn't a formal declaration that, hey, you're the person who paid you, he's cool with calling this 1K. That's not in here. This is just STV Filling saying, let's say that was 1K or whatever, and then moving on. That's how I read it. Now,
sure, I guess the problem is just that STV's identified himself as a proxy, so it feels like if he says something here, it kind of that's.
My understanding is that was a misspeak on his part, and the donor / client / whatever he's called has denied that STV Philly was actually his proxy in any robust sense.
Well, I guess we just have to say. I mean, if they can release the DMs of how this came about, how this what spurred on this conversation with Doomer, that would be interesting. Because if String never gave authorization for STV to make decisions on his behalf or to interface with Doomer, then obviously that doesn't really stand. It's just STV being an idiot.
That's true. Well, this is where Doomer never following up and actually confirming with String kind of fucks him over a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like what you would do in this case, what a reasonable person would do, is you would go
talk to the person you owe the money to.
You know what? If he doesn't have enough time to talk to me, he doesn't have time to collect his money. So I'm going to go DM him, and I'm just going to ask for his payment information. And if he has an issue, we can settle it there.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you, Rando STV Philly, because he didn't do that. It's like, okay, like we just flat out don't know, and it can get a bit more messy than that as well. I don't know the ins and outs of Philly and String's relationship, but it could go very easily something like this, like, hey man, I don't feel cool that this guy took all this money from you. Yeah, but I've been advised to just not bother with it and just kind of move on or whatever. No.
And then
I'll go as your proxy, and I'll talk to him and try and get your money back. Now that's not a legal proxy, but you can understand how Philly would be calling himself a proxy and use that exact language.
Yeah, sure. I've even, like I said, I showed earlier, I've seen DMs as far back as like a year ago of String saying to people, Doomer fucked me over for a bunch of money.
Who did he like anybody big, or who was he talking to?
I'll DM you. Just because they didn't want me to.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, how about that? Weird. All right. Well, as you were.
Well, catch you later. Thanks for coming on. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let Aiko play for a minute. I gotta eat.
Though, for the work that you did on the show, like, how did you agree? Did you like agree to an hourly thing or a certain amount? Like, how did you work out those payments?
I think it was an hourly rate, and I was paid for a certain amount of hours.
Okay.
Dude, that switch. Sorry, this switch here has fucked my brain so bad. This, where he says about repaying the Hassan debt. STV says that counts as 1K repayment, but then says 2,000 again. Then Doomer agrees to that. Doomer agrees. Doomer says 3K. I intend to repay him 3K. So he like takes back the repayment from the word. It's so fucking.
And then so,
if I recall correctly, it was $20 an hour.
Okay, and so then like you did an X amount of other work that you provided that you may not remember at this time, and that is why that's where the 1K is, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like the approximate 1K that you're saying that they did not deny that that's about the amount of work that you provided, assuming that everything else that you said is accurate about paying back.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the only reason that they would have any case at all is because I did further work to like work off the debt on their show. That's the only way they could possibly link like the String's personal donation to the show. So like the fact that they're making an argument at all concedes that this happened. This is not like this isn't a disputed detail. Right. This has to be true from both points of view for the sequence of events to take place. So.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I understand. I understand what's happening. Okay. Then I'll continue to read. Okay. I'll just reread that part. He hired me to work on his show. I was paid $1,800 in 2 payments for work I completed. I was only paid for things that were already done. After the second payment, I told String I wasn't going to make a Hassan video and was going to continue to work on the show for free to try and pay him back without affecting his taxes. This amounted to 1K of work, which seems to have been agreed upon by both parties. Is that based on like how they communicated, or I guess that's based on what they say the number is left over? Is that what you said before? Like
In the STV
remaining-
Philly DMs,
Okay.
STV Philly DMs, he says that it was about 1K.
Okay, gotcha.
Here's another thing
Go
is
for
that
it.
like I don't prompt what I'm pretty sure in the DMs I don't prompt what that is at all. The fact that he says it's for 1K means that he has to have talked to String, because that is about how much work I did on the show for
Right.
free.
Right.
And like there's no way he would just pull out the exact right number out of thin air. He had to have communicated with String to know that.
Right. There's definitely communication. You just don't know how much is actually going in between.
So he's saying they agreed on 1K. No, not mute. I was thinking. So he's saying that, sorry. Doomer is claiming that he and String had previously agreed that the extra work adds up to 1K. And that STV must know that that added up to 1K. Because when Doomer said here that he's trying to repay the debt, STV replies, that counts as some form of repayment. Let's say 1K. However, the thing is that it doesn't seem like he was getting updates. Because this all happens within a minute. Right, yes, I know you sent almost 20 pages of Google. I mean, well, it could be that STV has been previously informed those 20 pages of Google Docs were worth 1K. Wait. Here as well. I will pay him back within 6 months. I'd partially paid back the initial amount, but it's been a while, so I intend to repay the entire thing. There are 3 payments made to Doomer. The first for 2,800 for Hassan Bad. The second for 800 for 40 hours of work at 20 an hour. And the third for 1,000 for 40 hours of work at 25 an hour. The initial amount, surely that's a 2,800. But now Doomer's saying, I intend to repay the entire thing. Does that not mean the 4,600? Like what? The initial amount. I'd partially pay back the initial amount, so I intend to repay the entire thing. What is the entire thing in reference to here? What a horrific situation. What a horrific situation. These people should have ironed out a pretty clear deal when they were exchanging money in the first place. Put that shit in writing. I'm learning lessons from this.
Between them, or that's accurate. You don't know what's going on with them, but you know that there's communication for sure. Okay.
Yeah, there has to be.
All right. Outside narrativizing, who knows? Okay, then I disappeared from the internet. I had my reasons, but a dick thing to do to be sure, and I copped to this before anything was made public. Have DMs from both JStock and Chud. No legal problems here, but I ethically wronged String, and I owe him approximately $1,800. On March 15th, Philly contacted both Chud and JStock via DMs.
Okay, good point. So I've never actually had to even think about being offered 2,800 for a piece of freelance work. So I've never actually had to even consider that. But yeah, I guess it is pretty obvious when you think about it that you probably should get the exact terms of the deal in crystal clear writing before you accept payment. Yeah, actually, I mean,
Read me out on stream, and they both told me about this. This is one of many signs they were trying to stir drama and not actually recover the money. They could have DM'd me first and didn't. I then DM'd STV Philly, who said he was working as String's proxy. I'm sorry, that just sounds hilarious. And all available evidence.
It's
I'm
fucking
sorry.
clown shit. The thing is, like, a lot of people are like, why would this happen? Because it just sounds so stupid. But it's
well, I mean, both ways, JStalk, because he's committed. Because the understanding is that he's committed to work, right? Yeah, both sides. JStalk, listen, I understand Doomer may have gone to a private call to scream and cry in an estronic voice. I'm sure he hasn't. But but look, I've been saying the whole time, both sides bad. Both sides bad. STV retarded and drama farming. String puller retarded at least. Doomer incredibly retarded. Estrogenic. There's no winner here.
It's just what he does. He likes having other people talk for him. I mean,
string puller, I get it's a little obvious.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, chat, everyone. I'm not reading chat right now, so I can focus. But I don't know any of these people. I don't know who string puller is. I didn't know that there was an oiler around. It would have been cool if I had known. Probably not actually, because this is happening to you. But you know.
Yeah. Also, really quickly, chat. I don't want to talk to Sunday because he's a liar and a douchebag, and he's like the most unreasonable, just unproductive person to talk to. He'll just repeat lies and scream and talk over me and interrupt me, and it's just awful. I'm not talking to that fucking guy.
Everyone mocking that string puller name is retarded too. The guy who's used that name forever, has nothing to do with giving Twitchball monks money. Disagree on that. You don't pick the username out of coincidence. He obviously sees himself that way, and that's how he operates when he interfaces with people as well. He obviously gets off on that perception of himself.
Again, Aiko, I was perfectly willing to talk to, who seemed to be on the other side of this. And like, if I recall correctly, you're usually against me when I have some sort of drama. But I think Aiko's a reasonable person, so I'm perfectly willing to talk to her, or pretty much anyone except President Sunday, because he's a fucking asshole. That's why I'm not talking to him.
Thank you. I mean, I just recall the hot food drama stuff, and I thought that was pretty ridiculous. But I know that there were multiple. I think Mindwave started that, and Mindwave's a little bitch. But anyway, so yeah. With this, I just kind of have been waiting for more information because it's been very obvious that there was not enough to know what was going on, other than to know that like you owed money, but there was other shit. I don't know. I'm going to I was about to say something. I completely forgot. I was gonna say that I love President Sunday, but yeah, you definitely shouldn't talk to him. I love President Sunday. But as being you,
I mean, that's that's good advice for Doomer.
Your position and him being him in his position, yeah, I understand you not talking to him totally. Okay.
Yeah.
Where were we? Okay, working as I DM'd Philly, who said he was working as Strings proxy, and all available evidence suggests this was the case. Okay, so they said that it was Philly running around. Chud and J-Stock told you that Philly was trying to do whatever.
Well, they linked me DMs, so I know it was them.
Okay, cool.
That's how I was able to DM him.
I got you. And then so you went to him because he said that, or because he was doing this. Okay. All available evidence suggests this was the case. STV had information he had to get from String and was receiving updates that must be from String as this went on. When I talked to Philly, I immediately told him I'd return.
Yeah, see, that's just not true. I don't see anything that Philly needed updates that went on. That 1K thing was within the minute. That was not an update, is it? It seemed like Philly saying it himself, and he refocused on it. Like the amount, like Doomer thinks the amounts were right. If the amounts were right, if Philly was getting the amounts right, then you owed 3,800, have paid back 1,000 of it, and now owe 2,800. If that, okay,
the money, actually a good deal more, 3K. I said I'd make a payment by April 15th, 2024 and pay $500 a month for 6 months. He thanked me for having integrity and said he'd quote unquote drop everything. Then a week later, Philly runs to President R word. I'm not saying it. The non-rape word. The person who hates me most in the world and makes the
President
drama
Rape
public,
Day?
calling me a liar and scammer. Again, very obvious. I have no
Huh?
intentions of being a scammer, as 1, repayment was my idea in the first place. 2, I initially worked to return the money in 2022. And 3, I immediately proposed repaying the money when contacted by Philly. This leads to a JStalk stream where Philly gets fucking destroyed. That remains to be seen, but I'm not doubting that. Just with peace and love, because it's Philly. Relevant during stream is I'm asking them to DM me String's PayPal, and I'll send 500 live on stream. They never do. Again, they don't actually care about the money. They just want to harass me. Okay, when was that? I don't know if we missed
It's in the JStalk stream.
Okay, but it's like
I think it's in the
later.
I think it's in the second half of the JStalk stream. You probably
Okay,
haven't
yeah.
gotten to it yet.
We haven't gotten to that yet. Okay, cool. So I will say about, again, your biggest mistake on your end in all of this was volunteering so much information and so agreeing to things that you weren't at, like, you know, dealing with Philly at all, really, ultimately.
The only
These people are all just retarded. This is the problem. This is the real problem. Yo,
Liberalcad super chatted $10. $10 from a Liberalcad.
Liberalcad. Liberal Chad. Thank you for the $10.
reason I'm in trouble at all is because I tried to do the right thing.
Yeah, and I understand.
It's not just because he tries to do the right thing; it's because he's painfully retarded as well and fucked up for 2 years.
Thinking,
like I could have again, like he keeps. The only reason I'm having any problems is because I tried to do the right. No. If you had not taken on money for a project you weren't going to finish and did not run off for 2 years without paying it back or keeping in contact, you also would not be having a problem. So it's not just that you tried to do the right thing. Thank you for the 5 gifted membership. Just the memberships. Fuck me. Liberal Chad. Thank you. Jesus. Where's my coffee? I'm starting to lose it a bit. Yeah, open your wallets, open your hearts. Open your wallets, open your hearts. We diffy. Isn't Philly going to be on Aiko stream at 10? Damn, he said right type here. I don't know, type is he? That'll be funny if he is. Yo, with the double? With the double 5 gifted? Liberalcat with the double 5 gifted? All the way across the... That's a terrible reference. Anyone remember the double rainbow video?
more
I could have just said
casual
Giga
terms.
Chad. I could have just said Giga Chad, fuck you. Like, you're an idiot for sending money to people on the internet. I don't know, you dick. And like, what is anyone gonna do?
Well, I mean, probably get other people to never work with you again, but
Shmo-Yoho
what I
song
would
about
say
it.
is that, like, it's
Classic
it's,
Shmo-Yoho. Oh man.
it was good, a good move ethically to move in the direction of repayment, but also like the way that you went about it was very way too casual and left you open to all of this, unfortunately. And let's see. But yeah, I understand wanting to do the right thing, and then you volunteer a lot of information and not actually really think it through as to, not that you weren't, obviously, like, you should be repaying him and whatever, but to say...
Welcome to the chat, Paragon. Lamau, get fucked Doomer, you lying incel fuck.
This vague stuff did unfortunately open you up to a lot of potential legal headache. But I think it should be, if you have the receipts that you say you have, it should be really obvious that these things are not connected. The Hassan, that you offering to work off
Gang's all here.
some
Yeah,
of the
Jay's still taking the
payment
night off or something. What's going
was
on?
probably, you know,
They got no babysitter.
casually smart, especially if you needed the money, but you know, professionally, very bad idea. So, I guess, where was I going? Okay, was there? Okay, now you sent me these. Okay, did I miss? Okay, so next one. SCV Philly claims R-wordedly, non-rapidly, that he blew up all this drama because I, quote, did not message String directly. This makes no sense. He never told
Okay,
me.
so I do that literally every time I'm gonna take a night off. I just sit there and think about streaming for like 3 hours.
To contact String. In the context of the situation is String sending a proxy to speak for him, implying String does not want to talk to me. So I DM String, who doesn't respond for 2 days. When String finally responds, it becomes crystal clear that he is malicious and not just deliberately stoking drama, but he intends to harass me through the legal system, and he's lying about basically all the relevant details of what happened. This cemented a total breach of our agreement, and the very deliberate threat of litigation means I am now going to treat them with the maximum level of hostility. Their quote-unquote legal case seems almost exclusively based around trying to hold my good faith efforts to honor the agreement as some sort of contract between myself and String's friend's media company, which I didn't even know this company existed until 2 months after I initially got the donation. String explicitly rejected the repayment arrangement we had already agreed upon. So I told them to go fuck themselves. I'm not going to pay them anything. I never had any legal obligations, and I fulfilled my ethical obligations by making a good faith effort to resolve the dispute, which was meant... I'm sorry. I need to drink water. My mouth is not working. Okay. Which was met with nothing but deception and hostility by the other party. They would look vastly worse if I cataloged precisely all the lies.
So where's the deception? It's what I get. Where's the deception? Like on Philly's part, sure, but I don't see what String is deceiving Doomer about.
That they've told, but that's too time consuming for me to do right now. My story has remained exactly the same.
I mean, you could argue, if it is true that the company was never involved in this Hassan donation, the Hassan quote-unquote donation is the only payment that is in dispute, then you could call it deception that String tried to use a statement from the CEO as a response because it wouldn't be relevant to the actual dispute. That you could argue that, sure, yeah, that would be deceptive. I'll probably agree with Doomer on that, but I don't see any other deception. It seems like it's more talking about the terms of the payment. On String's part, anyway, you could argue deception for Philly, for sure. No DM exists, confirming that Doomer finished the work on the show. This is evidenced by the fact his work on the show amounts to less than 20 pages, which we're supposed to believe are worth $2,800. And on what do we know on what date the 2,800 page? Sorry, that was 28. On what date the 20 pages were handed in? When was that given to String? Yes, yeah. So obviously, from Doomer's perspective, if he believes that String and Philly are in constant communication and that the terms were agreed upon explicitly by String, then he would see that as deception, but I don't think that's evidenced. Because obviously, if the 20 pages of work are handed in before Doomer makes the suggestion to repay the Hassan debt via work, then obviously those 20 pages cannot be counted towards that work because that work had not even been brought into the equation yet. That would have been part of the 1,800 that he was paid for work on the show.
Since any of this was public, can be proven with DMs, I will now honor the agreement by making the Hassan video, and I will never speak to them again. Okay. Got that. Now have Philly DMs. Okay, so now we'll get a Hassan video.
Yep.
Cool.
Still making good on the agreement, just not paying them because they're threatening with a lawsuit over bullshit and lying about me. And trying to cause the maximum amount of reputational damage that they can.
I mean, it's a choice. In all of this, I'm taking the position of I'm not seeing any good guys or bad guys in this. Just like people did things and made choices, and there are results. And if someone lies about something, then
well, Doomer said he's not. Doomer said he's not paying back. So I mean, that seems to be his position.
Definite bad guy.
I mean, he just said it. So
okay, let's look at STV's DMs too. So this was
March 15th.
Okay.
I don't know if it. Oh, they say it.
Okay, wise words from Paragon here. Okay, guy with lots of life experience. You guys should listen to this. Okay. When I did freelance in college, I'd never accept any payment more than $1,000 without something in writing. Rookie mistake. Doomba.
Yeah, because I pulled them. Yeah, so this is March 15th.
Okay. So I guess you connected or you added him or something. Says, hey, Doomer.
So the exact sequence of events were like Chud and JStalk both messaged me saying this guy is messaging us about you being a scammer. What's going on with that? I was like, okay, I'll resolve it. I reach out. We had this conversation, and then
okay, Doomer handed in his PDF to String on January 19th, 2022. Doomer said on the 16th of February 2022 that he was cancelling the Hassan video, which means that String has a bunch of his time prepaid. So that document, that's not, to my understanding, a part of that agreement. That does not seem justified. Not just that, but he is paid for work on Jan 4th, 40 hours at $25 an hour, $1,000, and the document shows up 15 days later, January 19th, and Doomer, so when he sends it, he says, hey, sorry everyone for the tardiness. I've been recovering from being sick, and it's particularly hard to do creative work when you're sick. Heh. So it seems like that's already late at that point. So I just don't see how this can be considered part of that 2,800 for the Hassan video. I just don't understand how that can be considered. That work can be considered. Where like I'm seeing no evidence of any work done towards repaying this debt. All their DMs are just sort of like friendly. They do sort of briefly talk about the show in DMs, but it seems like Doomer misses a meeting, at least one meeting. Yeah, I'm just not seeing evidence that he did this work towards the 2,800. But sure, maybe Doomer's got something. Doomer seems to think he's very in the right. He seems to be claiming he's very in the right about all of this. So I mean, maybe Doomer's got something. Maybe Doomer's got something that can justify that docking of the payment. But even from the DMs with STB affiliate, I mean, like he's saying it's 3K still, which is more than even the payment for the Hassan video, because that was 2,800. So that would be that payment with interest as well, assumedly. I don't know, man. Doomer's a fucking retard and seems like absolute shit to work with. Gotta be honest. From everything I've seen.
Philly tells both of them the situation's resolved. Both
Okay.
JStalk and Chud can confirm that. And this was a week before the JStalk, or a week before he went to Sunday to blow everything up. So.
Okay, got it. Hey, Doomer. Hello, I believe you have something to say to me. Philly says, yeah, can you talk to me on someone's stream? Doomer says, why would I talk to you and not someone actually involved in these events? Furthermore, why would you not try and resolve things privately and instead try and immediately go on stream to discuss something that does not involve you? You're going around calling me a scammer. If you knew anything about what happened, you know I'm not a scammer. And Philly says, I'm serving as this person's proxy because his time is valuable. I'm sorry. His time is valuable and I have all the receipts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not trying to laugh. If I make, Doomer says, if I make a claim about what happened, you cannot confirm or deny.
Nick, we're not standing Doomer or cheering Doomer scamming the regard behind the weird Erudite animation show, because Doomer didn't stand on business. He did not. Once again, someone has fallen because they did not stand on bidnid. He went back and forward. If he'd have said, no, fuck you, your show's gay and I'm not paying you the money, that's a whole different thing, but no, that's not what happened.
Deny it, you weren't there. Philly says, plus you ghosted him, he's my friend. Doomer says, I acknowledge that I owe him money, I intend to pay that back. Is there anything else you have an issue with? Philly said, he said you scammed him. I believe my friend. Edited, I don't know what. And Doomer says, okay, let me put a hypothetical situation past you. Opening next one. We go on stream. I make a claim. You can't confirm or deny it because you weren't there. Do you see the issue with me talking to you about this in public? Again, if the issue is money, I'm currently saving it up so I can repay him. This would have been resolved with a single direct message, but instead you're going around calling me a scammer to my friends.
There was a little greedy leprechaun.
Billy responds to, this would have been resolved with a single direct message, saying exactly. Doomer says, what exactly are you trying to accomplish talking about this on stream? Billy says, no, I said you scammed my friend and I would like to talk to you about it. Doomer said, okay, so DM me. Again, do you take issue with anything aside from the fact that I owe him money? I know you think you have a bulletproof case, but I can assure you that's not true. Philly saying, why are you saying you'll pay him back now after being called out? How come you haven't faced this head on? Doomer says, I had no method of contact.
Like, even he's calling it a debt here. Like, why? You kind of fucked up here, bro.
Contacting him until 2 days ago. I didn't know how to get in contact with him. I have character witnesses that would test my intention to repay the debt. It is not something I decided to do after being called out. I pay back my debts. Okay, so what happened that made you have a method of contacting him 2 days prior to this that you're referring to?
He sent a message in JStalk's Discord.
Oh, okay. Like he posted a public message?
Yeah, he replied to me. It gets put on screen in the JStalk debate.
Okay.
I just thought, I took it as him joking around with me. I thought it meant that he was fine.
Yeah, my boys will tell you. I was going to
They claim something very different. If you want to look at that exact message, it gets put on stream in the JStalk combo.
Okay. I do want to make a note of that at least to. Okay, first, like, message. Okay, first public message in JStalk Discord. All right. Okay, character witnesses that would attest to my intention. Are you talking about just other people that you talked to it about with?
Yeah,
in general?
I mentioned it to somebody.
Okay. All right. Philly says, okay, then pay the man back. Doomer says, I will. Scrolling down. Philly says, I will drop everything. Doomer says, I will pay him back within 6 months. I had partially paid back the initial amount, but it's been a while, so I intend to repay the entire thing. Philly said, that's not true. You didn't pay anything back unless you have receipts. You say, see, you don't know what happened. This is why I didn't want to talk to you. I absolutely did. I did work for free on the show in furtherance of repaying the debt. Okay. here's a yes. All right, here is a very crucial problem here. Yeah, Philly taking that as you saying
I did work for free on his show in furtherance of repaying the debt. That's just not evidenced. That is not in the DMs. Where are the receipts for that? You said you were gonna. He possibly showed up to some meetings. He missed at least one. But yeah, that is just not in the DMs.
that you paid back with money. That was a big question, like from the get-go, is like when you said that you had paid him back, saying like the information that it was paid back with work was very confusing, because then everyone thought, okay, well, it's the Hassan video, so if there's no video, then you didn't pay him back for anything. But obviously
it's understandable that that's confusing.
Yes.
But again, the explanation makes perfect sense. I didn't send him money because he told me not to send him money.
Right.
Right.
No, I totally understand. Now, with the context, that does make sense. Obviously, you know, when it comes to the way that things come off in when being explained by other parties, you know, it being Philly clearly not even knowing what was going on in that situation, or whether he did or didn't, you know, it seems like he didn't know what you were talking about. And there's no reason for him to actually know that you did have some kind of a
Yeah. So yeah, there's no record either of Doomer's claim that String told him not to pay him back. There's no evidence of that. Doomer did tell String that his work would be free from that point onwards in furtherance of that debt, but we don't have evidence of any work done past that point. Yeah. Okay. I think we're pretty clear, Doomer, that either there is something that is being missed completely that is not included in the written communications between String and Doomer, or has been removed somehow, or Doomer's lying.
arrangement, especially if this is kind of like a
Because it's just not there. It just
a
is not there.
surface
These claims are not supported.
drama mindset that he has. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so that was the public perception. Was that it was that you said that you had done work towards the Hassan video, but in reality, it was working on this other show, that you had some kind of agreement with the guy String.
There's something being left out on my end. I'm being scammed even worse than String, because I've seen String's DMs for years. Yeah, exactly. String's been going around saying this for a long time, right? So obviously you've been in communication with him about it. Obviously we know we both have spoken about someone else that has been spoken to about it. So I mean, yeah, it does seem pretty crazy to think that it would be just completely missed and left out and redacted, because it's not even like it wouldn't even have been that String decided to do this when Doomer showed back up. It would have been that String decided to set this up when Doomer left, and is now capitalizing on the drama that he sowed the seeds for back then. Yeah. No, oh, he literally scrolled through for me. I've seen his DMs with Doomer going back years. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying you've seen all of the DMs dated back years. I'm saying that String has been making this claim for at least a year, which means that he did not just set this up when Doomer came back. This is a long con that he's been planning somehow. Whatever. Okay. It's a cool story, Doomer.
For a show that other people were working on, that his friend is the CEO of this media company. It was for something completely separate from the Hassan video. And since Strings is connected to that other show, you offered to do work in lieu of paying back money that he gave you for the Hassan video of your own volition, not because he asked for his money back, but for you saying, I'm not doing the Hassan video, so I will pay you back. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, Philly says, okay, well, I have receipts saying he paid you. Do you have receipts saying you paid him back partially? Yes, I know you sent him almost 20 pages of docs. Doomer says, ask him if I did work for free on the show with the understanding I was not making the Hassan video, was trying to repay the debt.
Well, I mean, I can see the reasons that Doomer gave to String for why he deleted his socials. He did explain that to String at the time, why he was going to possibly leave.
And then Philly says, that counts as some form of repayment, let's say 1K. Let's just focus on the 2,800 for the Hassan video. Okay. Since that's literally, I noticed this. I think I saw this on one of the streams, and I noticed this because it was literally a minute later. So I'm like, is he on a call with this guy or something? Because it just seems like really quick for him to say, you know,
they are 100% communicating, and the fact that they're denying that just means they're lying.
Like
again,
it had to be on a call. Like he can't go from like not knowing about paying anything back to agreeing
several
with it.
Dude, I actually just read his fucking reasoning for why he was leaving the internet, and it's actually so embarrassing, dude.
Yeah.
There's several points where he has to be communicating. He knows that it's 1K worth of work. He
I can't leak
is
it
negotiating a deal that has to involve talking.
But I just listen, guys. It's fucking horrendous, man. It's really bad.
He has information that he wouldn't
really
have
bad.
if he wasn't talking to them. He's obviously talking to them. The fact that they're trying to claim that they had nothing to do with this is, I mean, it's just cope. They're just lying.
Yeah, I would
just assume I'm lying. Assume I'm lying. Assume I'm lying. I was actually lying. It's actually not embarrassing. It makes total sense. It doesn't make him seem like a pussy at all.
All right. So then, I just want to make a point to make a note of this to the stream, to the chat, whatever.
He's actually really brave.
That I think that this is, and like
how much to leak? 500.
Notable moment where Doomer asks Philly to ask Strings if
that's because that's like a breach of trust. You're asking me to betray people. How much will I betray people for?
Ask him if I did work for free on the show.
I probably won't leak it either way. I won't leak it either way. I shouldn't.
With the understanding that I was not making the Hassan video.
No, there's no donations to leak stuff. We're not saying that
precedent.
precedent.
Philly responds in the same minute, 9:09 p.m. That counts as some form of repayment. Let's say 1K. Let's just focus on the 2,800 for the Hassan video. And Doomer says, I intend to repay him 3K.
That's not my price. It's not going to happen. There's no...
Okay. So there's no world in which like that would make any sense from going from 9:07 where Philly says, that's not true. You didn't pay anything back unless you have receipts. After Doomer said 2 minutes earlier saying that he partially paid back the initial amount. So there would be no way from Philly saying that he didn't pay anything back to saying that, okay, that it counts as some form of repayment, approximately 1K. That's not, whatever the deal is, I'm not saying that he can't do that. That's fine. But they are clearly like on a call or something because he went from not knowing to having a specific number.
Also, he's also claiming he has all the documents that I did work on the show. This is, again, proof that everything I did on the show, I got paid after I did the work. Because, again, they keep trying to claim that that's not true. They keep trying, they're trying to claim that I owe the show money. It's not true at all. Not only did I only get paid after doing work for the show, I continued doing work for the show for like a month after I stopped getting paid. So.
Okay, yeah.
So did he never submit? So on the 16th of February, he says, or String says, I haven't heard from you, so just checking in on the ETA for the treatments and draft script. Doomer says, treatments probably today. Drafts, I don't know. I'll have something by the weekend for sure, but I'll probably keep working, so it's unlikely to be the final. Also, there's something else I talk about. I'm probably going to quit making content and being a public figure. Not 100% sure anymore at the moment, rather, but like 80% sure. So I need to pay you back for the Hassan video. So that's when he proposes it. And he says, after the show is done, I can pay back the rest with interest or something, implying he's going to work on the show until it's finished. And then there will still be more to pay. But he didn't do any more work past that point, from what I can tell. So he never hand in that 16th of February treatment? That's not in their group chat or anything.
I will also be clear that I haven't seen any of those like engagements, interactions, or claims to, as to anything to do with the show and the CEO friend and whatever.
Oh, when the Sunday comes on after I leave, he'll claim.
Because if Doomer did hand in that 16th February treatment, then that's probably what the 1,000 is for. I haven't seen that. I don't see any record of the 16th February treatment actually being handed in. He's a big long emotional rant about why he's leaving the internet.
That I owe $5,000. Don't worry.
Oh no, I mean like as far like on your end, just to where we are in this stream right now. This is where I'm at. It's just understanding that Philly is obviously communicating, and they've come to this.
No, look, Doomer did not get diffy with it, because here's the thing, right? If someone paid me a bunch of money to make a fucking YouTube video, I'm not going to quit the internet over something so minor and then just not make the video. Why would you not accept the money, try to make something of your online content career with the money to get you started, and then you can do it all. You can literally make the best. It would be the best case situation. But he didn't. He's like, I can't take it. I'm leaving. That's not diffy. It's not diffy to cower and run.
Like, I guess somehow Strings immediately had confirmed that you paid him back in, and would say that it was approximately 1K. That wouldn't happen without Strings being a part of it. So I just wanted to note that. As far as any other claims that they might be making, I don't know what the other claims are.
Okay. My read of it, I'll just say this, because everyone thinks the same thing anyway. My read is that it just confirms what everyone thinks, which is that, he was so upset over the EFAP argument about video game stories that he left. That honestly seems like what it was. Hey, Diorio, how's it going?
This is just where we are so far. Okay. And so then Doomer says, I intend to repay him 3K. Philly says, okay, that's fair.
Like he has other reasons, tries to make it sound more reasonable, but fundamentally, that's how it sounds.
Reminder for September 15th, 2024.
That's how I read it.
Doomer says, okay, I'll send it to the same PayPal where I initially received the money. Philly says, save the receipt. I don't hate you or know you, just offending my friend. Hope you understand.
I mean, he said, actually, I can just reference it because he said the same thing, I'm pretty sure. He said the same thing a couple times. He said that it feels like audiences aren't listening when he's on a debate and everyone's just going off of vibes. So if he manages to win the debate, it's only because of vibes. He didn't actually do anything well. And that all came off, he learned that. That's something he learned from the EFAP debate, I think.
Yikes. Doomer says, I understand, but I don't begrudge him the hurt. Okay, I understand, and I don't begrudge him the hurt feelings. As far as I'm concerned,
he says that same shit publicly.
I did wrong him, but I'm not a scammer, LOL. If resolving that is the issue, just DM me. Philly said, that's why we never went public. We really wanted to talk to you. This whole we thing is like, I keep just thinking about the string puller name. So on point vibes, and those vibes are cringe. Okay.
Yep.
We really wanted to talk to you, but you were ghosting him, LOL, so that was kind of hard. Well, in fairness, Doomer says, well, in fairness, I literally couldn't log on that account. I've had new socials for like 6 months. Philly says, okay, that's fair. Did you make any attempt to find him? I mean, literally everyone knows him. Note by myself, except me. I don't know
Yeah,
this person is.
I don't know. That's a weird line. He's not a public. I didn't know how to get in contact with him. There are ways that I could have once I had the money, and obviously I was going to try and do that. But it's not like the easiest
He
thing in the
did know
world. It's
how
not
to
like
get in
I
contact
opened up
with
his
him, but,
YouTube
like,
page and sent him a message.
Didn't know how to get in contact with you. You did know how to get in contact with him. You just said there are ways I could have got in contact with him. So you did know ways to get in contact with. I just.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't.
as far as I'm concerned,
It doesn't make sense.
whatever happened in those 2 years while you were gone,
Yeah, I thought
however
he didn't-
he feels about
When he had the
however
money, I thought he doesn't have the money now.
Strings feels about that is valid as that's valid feelings. It's a matter of like what happened immediately before and what happened in this time after, because you can't like change the fact that you left and you say that it's fucked up, and it is what it is at this point. Okay, so and you said no, I was going to do that. Okay, wait. After Philly says, I mean, literally everyone knows him. Doomer says, no, I was going to do that when I collected the money. And Philly said, oh, so in September. Okay, and the last one was
200 people in chat. We all could have gotten $200 each from that 5K, but Doomer used it for heinous stuff.
Doomer says, well, ideally it would be earlier than that. It could be in a month when my next video releases. Philly says, okay, you seem to be saying this in good faith. I hope you keep your word this time, and best of luck to you, winky smiley face. Doomer says, you two have a nice day. Okay.
Shit, I gotta say, I mean, if Doomer's got evidence of this treatment that was made for the 16th of February and that he handed it in, handed over that work, he actually did the work and gave them the work, then yeah, that sounds like that's probably what's being agreed to be 1K of the Hassan debt.
All right, so that was March 15th, and then about, a week later, he goes and he talks.
Until we get that, the stuff he's saying about this is just does not correlate with what I'm seeing at all.
Present Sunday?
Yeah, I think it's March 22nd.
Okay, and then it spins off from
this
there.
Is dragging. I think we get the message anyway. I think we've gone over Doomer's story here. Let's get to Sunday.
Any of your chats. I'm just trying to process everything.
May I understand. May I ask why? Because your guest was absolutely reading chat, which means that you were about 50% more blind than the person you're talking to.
Jesus.
Oh, because like I needed to get the information from myself, not from chat. Like I wanted to get his story so I can understand like what I need to know what his story is. And I have more of a picture of like what's going on not from the other side, but just what you're saying.
Why don't you tell me what you know right now from what you've seen?
The only thing I really know now, well, I guess that's complicated. Yeah. I guess ask me more like what is. Okay, I'll tell you something that I was confused about before.
I'm gonna show you something very quickly,
sure.
Okay, just to give you a sense of how bad this was to watch. Open up the conversation with STV Philly, okay, and screen share it with me if you could.
Let's see. All right, screen share. Okay, this one?
No.
Oh wait, no.
The conversation with STV Philly.
Okay, I have a few screenshots. So, which part?
Scroll down a little bit. You might need to go to the next one. Hold.
Thank you, Evie, for the tier 1 membership.
Scroll down. Next one. I don't know why this isn't just in one video. It's kind of odd. Scroll down.
Thank you for the $2, Cooney64.
Next one. Scroll down. Thank you. Next one. Okay, so he hasn't even shown you the whole thing. Let me, I'll pull up my version, okay?
Okay, yeah. And by the way, we only got halfway
And John Sanchez opened his wallet and his heart with the 1 gifted membership. Thank you.
through the video so far.
Just trust me. You're not missing anything. Boom. Here we go. All right. Bear with me a moment. You're going to want...
Are you gonna screen share something, or are you gonna send it to me?
I am indeed. I'm screen sharing. So you should be able to see a video on my end.
Okay, let
You see that?
me... Yeah, let me pop this. Let me put this on the screen.
And apparently
Okay.
I'm very quiet. Apparently I'm very quiet, by the way.
Here. Oh, you're at 200%. How
Am
are
I
you
coming
so...
across quietly to you?
No.
So you're hearing me at normal volume.
I'm hearing you at normal, and the
Chat is saying it's very low. That's odd.
the Discord is, you're at 200%.
How is it now?
You're quieter now.
Quieter now? Okay. How am I now?
Oh God, that's horrible, but yeah, better.
Too loud?
Jesus.
Yeah, way too loud.
Okay, but clear?
Wait, say something. Talk.
Funnel baby butter bar.
I think that's okay if you start. Yeah, just okay.
How am I
Let's
now?
just go. Let's just give it a shot. I'll mess with it.
All right. So in that long text, I don't know where that's from, that long multi-paragraph thing you were reading at first, he said that he only did work for payment. He only received payment for work that he already did.
On the show thing.
On the show, yes. Because he hasn't produced any work for the Hassan video, right?
No.
No. So we're only talking about the show and we're talking about work done.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in that long thing he sent you, he says he only received work. He was paid in 2 payments, adding up to $1,800 roughly. And he was only paid for work already done. Yes? You can refer to it. It's on your screen. You can just look at it.
Wait. Yes. Wait. Where's the fucking thing? Sorry. Wait. Where's? Wait. It moved. Go ahead. Where? Where?
No. This is the document you have, right? This is the one that he sent you. You were looking at it on stream just a few moments ago. Just open it up.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. Mm-hmm.
It's on the screen now. Okay. So in the
Yeah, Sunday had been in chat spamming for like an hour before this, like the whole time Doomer was on. So he came in and he was not, his patience was low.
he sent you.
Yeah. I have
He
that
says that he only received payment for work he already did.
for the show. That
For the show,
he
yes.
did
For
in
work he already
lieu-
did for
right.
the show.
Right. For
Yeah.
because
We
I
know
didn't
it has to be.
understand
We know it has
so-
to be for the show. But he didn't do any work for the Hassan video. We have no evidence of work done for that, right?
believe so.
Furthermore, he specifically refers to $1,800. The Hassan video was $2,800, not $1,800. So we're
It's-
talking about the
Yes, okay. What Sunday's saying here seems accurate.
show, right?
Right. I wasn't aware. Like, so I just want to
Just
be clear. for,
work with
whoa.
me. Just follow.
Okay.
Just be very focused and follow me for this.
Okay.
For a second.
I'll
This is
follow
kind of
you.
important, okay?
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay. So just for clarity,
I'm
that we
in-
understand.
Couldn't blame him. Just wish you would understand how Aiko do. That's just how Aiko do.
Understand each
Side
other.
you. Go ahead. Yep.
Just for clarity, so we
Okay,
understand
Andy.
each other.
Okay,
He
Andy.
says in that long message that he sent you
Mhm.
that he only received payment for work already done.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you showing?
All right. So when I scroll down here, and I see, let's see, where is it? Bear with me. So when I see him saying here, I had partially paid back the initial amount,
Right.
that's in contradiction. Because if he's only being paid for work he's already done, then he doesn't have to pay back any initial amount because he's been paid for work he's already done. He's done his time, so to speak, yes?
Well, what do you?
Furthermore, if we scroll down, just
No,
follow
go
me.
ahead.
Furthermore, if we scroll down,
Mm-hmm.
he says, "I did work for free on his show in furtherance of repaying the debt."
Mm-hmm.
If he's only being paid for work he's already done, he's not in debt. He doesn't need to do work for free to repay the debt, because in his words, he's only been paid for work he's already done.
Right.
This is a direct contradiction.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So you see the problem, because I'm looking at this on the screen. Doomer is aware of your chat. You're not aware of your chat, and you're being given the runaround on something really basic, and it's incredibly frustrating.
I'm sorry. Okay. Wait. Are we good? Can I explain what my understanding is? Just through my question, because I was just asking him questions about this. I was confused about like what's this what the media company was versus the Hassan video thing was, and who this other CEO guy was, and
he did no work on the Hassan video.
Right. So I was confused about what was going on. So maybe there's something that I'm missing in what you're explaining to me, because when I went through this from the beginning, where Philly, obviously an uninvolved party, seems to go from not knowing about. Okay, so also I'll say Doomer's use of language in explaining like repayment was very confusing, and I thought that he was talking about like
Yeah, until he presents evidence of work done towards this payment of the Hassan video, it does feel like he's been conflating it the whole time. I just
like that he
I don't
was
see any,
claiming that he.
because if the treatment was handed in, then yeah, I get totally where he's coming from with the 1K work. I mean, I don't get totally, because I imagine it wasn't 1K worth of work. Let's be honest, but I do understand that that would have been agreed to be an amount of repayment, and if they agreed it was 1K, then that's the amount they agreed it was worth. And then yeah, but I just literally do not see that. I do not see that February treatment.
He had paid money back at first, and it seemed like Philly thought that too. But then
he realized that STV Philly is talking to the person who paid him the money and would have a record of any money paid back, and then he walked that back. And he said, "Well, no, actually, I did work for free and on a show in furtherance of repaying the debt."
Right, but the guy
problem
said,
is that
yeah.
the problem is that in the other screenshot, he claims he only was paid for work already done.
No,
which is untrue.
Here's the problem. Like, the problem was that for
well, yeah, I mean, there is also that as well, right? He does say he intends to pay back the full amount anyways, and that kind of, yeah. Oh man, he's just like so dumb.
Hold on, let me put this one back up. This the reason why I was like, oh, they must be talking like together, Philly and that person there, and also wait, hold on.
From the very beginning that he's talking to him specifically.
Right, like at the same time, and that was agreed upon is because of what is it? Okay, yeah. So he went from saying, okay. So Doomer says at 9:05, I'd partially paid back the initial amount, but it's been a while, so I intend to repay the entire thing. Billy says that's not true. You didn't pay anything back unless you have receipts.
Abby, that's how Doomer always is. He's just he's total victim fucking sped. It's the same shit with EFAP, right? He fucking cried on the internet because he felt like people were being bad faith to him because it was an EFAP argument.
Doomer says, I did work for free on a show in furtherance of repaying the debt. And STV asked if he had receipts paying him back partially. Doomer says, ask him if I did work on the show with the... Okay, ask him if I did work for free on the show with the understanding that I was not making a Hassan video and was trying to repay the debt. And then immediately the same minute, Philly says, that counts as some form of repayment, let's say 1K. So let's just
Okay.
focus on the
Why does
2800
why does
for the Hassan
STV
video.
why does STV, if I may, Aiko, why does STV saying let's say 1K have any bearing on this conversation? STV Philly's not owed money by Doomer.
No. Him saying, let's say, like putting a value judgment on the amount of work that Doomer had done on that show, like immediately, like going from not knowing
Just
anything.
incidentally, it might interest you to know that I actually have all of the documents that Doomer completed pursuant to completing that project. It is first of all absolutely not $1,000 worth of work.
Well, then he shouldn't have said that.
Secondly, once again, if he is going to claim that he was doing that work pursuant to repaying his debt, then he cannot claim that he was only paid for work already done. The entire problem here is that he was paid in advance of him doing the work for both projects.
Oh, for both. So you're saying
For both projects.
Okay.
Well, neither of them were completed.
Well, okay. So you're saying that he was okay.
I'm hearing from some reliable sources and DM leaks that the Doomer spent the $2,000 on a raccoon wolf hybrid fursuit. Now, I don't necessarily co-sign this reporting, but it's certainly an interesting claim.
Let me just note this so that I can remember and understand and not get more confused. Okay, so so you're saying that that he was prepaid for both.
He was prepaid for both.
Prepaid
And I'm not citing,
for-
and to be clear, I'm not
Okay.
I'm not citing the person who Doomer owes the money to when I say he was prepaid for both. I'm citing Doomer directly. This is how Doomer has described his relationship with his client.
Okay.
Okay, when was that?
Okay.
Have you
Well,
seen
what
this?
I'm
Have you seen
seen
have
what?
you seen where this was said? The message where this was said, did he show you?
Where he said what? Which thing?
Where he said that you paid for my time in advance.
At that point, we'll put. Listen, and payment putting was ask him
I mean,
if
that's
if
just
I
about the
could-
Hassan thing, though, right?
There you go. Look at
Present
that.
Sunday.
That's
Listen,
difficult.
I'm literally okay. I don't say retarded, but you're treating me like I'm retarded right now. And what I'm going based off of right here when it says the repayment, let's say 1K, Philly saying that what he gave him, putting a dollar amount on what Doomer
Guys, don't be mean, don't be
presented.
mean.
All Doomer said was ask him if I did work for free on the show with the understanding I was not making a Hassan video and I was trying to repay the debt. Philly said that it counts as 1K. That's from that side. I
But it's
can't
not
put
from
a
that side,
value.
that's from Philly. That's not from that side. That's from Philly.
Yeah, I know, but that's like obviously they're on a call together or something, right?
Well, I mean, we talk to each other. We talk to each other in DMs, and we're talking to each other right now. If, for
No.
example, somebody owed you money, and I told them, you know what you've done, that counts to about 50% of that.
You
Would
could
that
not
be-
say that.
Would that be about? No, I couldn't. That's precisely what I'm saying.
Exactly. So that's
Yeah.
on Philly then,
So
I
STV
guess.
Philly, the key takeaway from this
Yo,
is that
Doomer, stop stealing money. That ish weird, bro.
STV Philly, Aiko, has no relevance to any of this.
But he's the
he's a
only-
rando.
I mean, yes, I think that talking to Philly about any of this, trying to negotiate any of
we
this
support
through
the
him
war.
was
DM below.
a huge mistake. I mean, the first mistake is like letting 2 years go by or whatever. But these are all things that have
Mistake.
nothing to do. I don't know anything about anyone else's lives. I don't know any of these people. I'm just trying to understand what is happening. So what?
But I mean, you
what Philly
understand
says-
you understand
yeah.
the basic contradiction between saying that you received money for work in advance of having done it, but only for the work that you've already done.
Well, this is the problem is that I don't know if we are conflating. Well, the problem is technically Doomer is the one who conflated the Hassan work with the show work, right? To begin with, that was a huge mistake that he shouldn't have done.
Well, he's attempting to
Smokes.
conflate them in order to argue that him doing work on the show, which he didn't complete, which he was already indebted to do, therefore somehow counted towards repaying the debt on the Hassan video.
Well, this is the
This is dragging.
thing was okay. That's the thing. Did he not deliver what he was supposed to with the show? So that is the thing. Philly.
I'm gonna give you an analogy. Okay.
Okay.
Imagine
Please
if,
don't.
imagine if you pay me to build you a deck. All right, and I tell you 2 months later, past the date when I was supposed to have built the deck, supposed to have finished building the deck.
Mm-hmm.
I say, you know what? I can't finish this. Life's just overwhelmed me, and no, it's not going to happen. But I'll do some work for you for free to make up for it. And then I drop a couple planks on your yard. And I disappear for 2 years.
Yep, not
Change my
good.
phone number. You can't get a hold of me. And then I come back 2 years later, and I say, oh, I was
Dimer boy, where you at? Open your wallet, open your heart, open your wallet, open your...
only paid for work already done. You see the problem?
Addy, you gotta stop, bro.
No, because there's like
Encouraging me.
the show aspect of it isn't included.
I'm talking about the show right now. That's what I'm talking about.
But it's not the same. A deck, you would have to insert something aside from just a deck. Like, I don't know, like a little garden area.
Yeah, wait. Imagine you paid me $50. Imagine, if you will. Imagine, if you will, a hypothetical. Where you pay me $50 to shave my head, and I return you this video.
All right. I offered Sansal if he would give me $50 that I would shave my head. Pleasure doing business with you.
I don't know.
Did they receive the equivalent of a little garden area? Let me ask you this, Aiko. How
Could
many?
be some
If I,
attending
paid
to
me-
a garden.
Aiko, if you paid me $1,800, how many pages of Microsoft Word would that be worth, in your opinion? If you paid me $1,800.
I have no idea. Honestly, you're talking to someone who's like worked freelance and charged like various rates throughout my career that are wildly different. So it's like,
So yeah, that's based because Sunday scammed and stood on business, okay? He was like, yeah, I'll shave my head. All right. F-slur. He stood on it. Doomer couldn't do that.
can't really, like, the only person that can put value on the work is the person who's charging and the person who's paying. So I'm taking what Philly said, which is 1K. That dollar amount came from Philly, whether it's Philly talking out of his ass, in which case that's just
Well,
his
Philly
life.
Philly is irrelevant here because we already know that Doomermedia reached out to the person, and they denied that Philly was their proxy.
Okay, well then that's a weird thing to say 1K. So if they are, so Philly was just going rogue on this in this conversation.
More or less. My understanding is that Philly was trying to be a good friend and interceded and used language in a sloppy way that gave a false impression, but that's on Doomer for not making at this point
That do be sounding like Philly. That do be sounding like Philly.
No, I think
any
Philly,
attempt whatsoever to communicate with the person you owed money to.
that's totally fair and valid, and I don't know anything about that stuff yet. But Philly absolutely has to say where that 1K number came from, because that doesn't make any sense. If
He pulled it out of his ass.
Really? Okay.
Really.
All
He
right.
pulled that completely out of his ass.
Someone dragged
Look
Philly
at what he says here. Look at what he
around.
says here.
No, I
Look
mean,
what he
like,
says
that's
here.
enough. That's enough. If Philly went rogue on that 1K and he was not on a call with that person, he
I
just
wouldn't characterize it as Philly going rogue. I think Philly was outraged that his friend had been insulted and essentially robbed, and he wanted to intercede because this guy seems to be fairly conflict avoidant, and in the course of doing so, he overstepped a little bit. But
Well,
this isn't
yeah,
on, this
I mean,
isn't on
maybe.
this isn't on the donor or the client or on
right. But I
or
need
on this other person that they were working with or on Philly. This is on Doomer. Doomer
Well,
had a
no.
job.
that's
to-
total as the greater
seek out the
picture.
person you owed the money
Yes,
to, yeah.
absolutely. But getting into the details, the numbers, Philly has to account for why he said 1K. Was it of his own made up thing, or did the person?
I agree with Aiko on it. Aiko is actually spitting. Yes, Philly should clarify that. Yes. We need to see the DMs from that day. We need to see what was discussed about this. Show us some info, Philly.
Put
The client
a,
denies that he agreed to any of this. So Philly,
okay,
made
so
this up.
Philly pulled
Moreover,
1K
Aiko,
out of his
when
ass.
you look at
I'm
the-
away
yeah,
from my mic
Aiko,
again, like a fucking retard, aren't I? Let's fix that. There we go. There we go.
You look at the when
It's
you look
important.
at the doc on the screen. Yeah, it is important. When you look at the doc on the screen,
Wait, on
Philly
yours?
says
Let me
Philly,
switch.
on your screen. It's on your stream. Right
Oh,
now,
okay.
that you have
Yeah.
on your stream.
Yeah, go for it.
STV Philly says at 909. That counts as some sort of repayment. Let's say 1K. Let's just focus on the 2800 for the Hassan video.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Does he say in that context that he said, "Yeah, I talked to my guy and he's willing to take 1K off your tab"? Did he say
No,
that?
he's putting a valuation of 1K.
Well,
on
in
the
the
work he
absence in
did.
the absence of him providing any proof that he is a proxy in a legal sense, or providing any verification that this was in fact the client's decision to let him take 1K off for the work that he claims he submitted, this is meaningless. This is some guy talking to him. Even going over this is a waste of time.
No, I'm sorry. Like the 1K is Philly
Why is the
put
1K
a
relevant?
because Doomer asked him to ask the guy if he did work in lieu of repaying the debt, a certain portion of paying the debt.
Okay.
So, and when Philly asked, he says
Did he say
that
he asked?
counts.
Well, slow down. Did Philly say he asked at that point in the conversation?
He said on the same minute at 9:09 p.m. that counts as some form of repayment.
The same minute. Let's hold that
1K.
thought. Hold that. No. That's good. On the same minute. Aiko, how long do you suppose it would take for him to go to this?
Yeah, exactly. It seems unlikely that this was that Doomer's narrative is true. That at least Doomer's narrative is true, because Doomer is alleging that this was being confirmed live. This was being updated live, because Philly would have had to have confirmed this detail with String. However, it does not seem like this was confirmed live because it was sent in the same minute. Now, it could be that String had already approved that 1,000 figure separately, which is why it's important for Philly to clarify. However, it does not seem like Doom is correct about that at all. I don't think they were on call or messaging backwards and forwards while this was going on. I think Philly was just talking to Doomer, because it is literally like message. Like it's these messages are coming as quick as they can come. Like they're all within a minute of each other each time. They're talking. Like they're both on their Discord talking to each other in that DM. They're not like talking to other people.
This person, ask him a serious question like this and get a response.
I
You think that
mean,
would take place within the same minute?
then Philly is that's
Philly
his
was talking out of his ass.
problem. Yeah, okay. So the 1K is on Philly then. That has
The
to
1K
be
is on Philly.
okay. I need confirmation.
It is also completely, well, you don't. We have an
Why
absence
not?
of confirmation, because the only reason why that 1K matters is if we have confirmation that the client himself approved that number.
I can just
Otherwise-
ask, and if they say no, if the answer is no, I can ask Philly, and if Philly says that the person backed that up, if he said that because the person put a valuation of 1K on the work that Doomer did for free on the show, it counts as 1K, that matters. It matters. It's either yes, Philly took it upon himself to make up 1K, having no idea what work was done, or the guy said, like that he would make it that we can call it 1K. So there's an answer. I have no stake in what
Well,
the
this took
answer
place within a
is.
span of 60 seconds, Aiko.
Yeah.
60 seconds.
Okay, so there's
So do you
there's
think
a factor
there
that
was a
matter.
third party consulted in 60 seconds?
He could have been on call with him.
You think he was on call with them? You think they were in a call while
No,
this
I have no
conversation was
idea.
taking place?
I have no
Well,
idea.
That's a bit of a problem, because if he's on call, then there is no text record of this either way.
I mean, it doesn't
'Cause
really.
The reason why
like,
Doomer is saying that this has to have been updated from String is because there was a 1,000 agreed upon, but that's not showing his DMs with String at all, as well. So fuck, man. It's just, we're looping. And we'll keep looping because people want to watch this. So I will keep saying the same things over and over again because I'm going to farm this until I end stream. So you're raped.
I'm saying that I don't know the answer, but it's a question to ask.
Well, what I'm telling you though is that, like,
Philly.
in an issue like this, the threshold for what counts as relevant to a conversation is what can be verified. And in this particular case, none of this can be verified, and the person who
Why?
Not a
is
consent
actually owed the
based.
money has not made, to my understanding, any statement to the effect that they've approved anything that STV Philly has said in this conversation.
Why is there a problem to ask Philly, if, like, why wouldn't I ask Philly this?
Why wouldn't you ask Philly this?
Yeah, if
What's
the
stopping
one,
you?
why he said, no, I'm saying that it is relevant. It is relevant,
How so?
the difference between, if Philly made this up, then
To what are we arguing it is relevant?
it's relevant because of you're saying that the amounts of payments are off, right? Like the numbers are off. And what
No.
what he's claiming
The-
that
the
he
question-
owes,
the
or
question-
claiming that he repaid anything.
You're, with all due respect, I think you're confused here.
I am very confused.
Yes. So
I'm new to this.
go back to the long message.
Sunday
okay? This
chill.
is important. It's very simple, but it's very important. Go back to the long message you sent you.
The first one.
The
Yeah.
first one.
Yeah, this.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna read this. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Then he later hired me. Second paragraph. Then he later hired me to work on his show.
Mm-hmm.
I was paid $1,800 in 2 payments for work I completed. I was only paid for things that were already done. Take that
Okay.
sentence by itself. If he was paid in 2 payments for work he completed, only for things that were already done
On his show.
on his show,
Right.
then he has no work that he has to do on the show in order to repay the debt. Yes?
Work he has to do on the show. Yes.
He wasn't.
Yes, there is no debt to the show left to be paid. If that is true, yes.
It didn't complete it.
But
It
he
was up to
wasn't
that
he wasn't
point.
doing work on the Hassan video. He says here he wasn't going to do any of the Hassan video. The work
Right.
he's doing for String is work on the show. But if he's already done the work for which he was paid, then he would have no work left to do.
He did. We're saying though that he when he told him that he wasn't going to do the Hassan video, he said that he would do additional work from that point for free.
But he didn't
in
complete
lieu.
his work for the show either.
That's
yes?
that's the other question. That I
Doesn't-
It's all about getting skin in the game, right, Paragon? Am I getting that right? Is that where that comes from?
Not a
I
question,
don't
though.
know. No,
that's not
it
a
is
question.
a question
You've just
because
been
I
given
don't
a
know
direct
if he
contradiction.
finished. No.
But
I'm sorry. Hold
I'd
on.
like you to acknowledge what we just discussed, because we're looping here, because you're
No, we're not.
losing the conversation as soon as
We're
we
not.
finish a sentence.
Listen.
Yes, we are.
Listen. What I'm telling you is that I don't know if he completed.
I didn't follow your gay little sexting drama. I'll be honest.
Work. If what his like, you know, the way that
But we
he
do.
No, hold on. Work he had completed up to that point, then he says, hey, I'm not doing the Hassan video. Further work that I complete from here on out will be in lieu of repaying you back for this Hassan video. So there's more work that he could do that he completed. The valuation of the work, according to Philly, is 1K. According to him, for whatever reason. Okay, so I don't know if he was supposed to
that
do
doesn't make any
more
sense,
work.
because because you just conflated the two yourself. The 1K is for the show, which is why the 1K being removed from the equation leaves 2,800, which is how much Doomer was paid for the Hassan video. Right?
He was paid.
If he's done $1,000, let's run with that number.
Hold on.
Let's
Sorry.
run with but this is important.
No,
Let's
it
run
is
with that
important.
number.
I was just saying because you got louder and then quieter. I think like
Let's run with the number that STV Philly gives. We're not approving that number. The number was made up, but let's run with it. If Doomer doing the work that he did amounts to $1,000 off of his debt, but this was towards the Hassan video, then why would $2,800, the full value of the Hassan video, still be remaining?
hold on, let me go back to okay, so 2,800 for the Hassan video. Okay, so the 3.8 So there was 3 point. How much did you receive again?
How much
Doomer,
did he receive for what?
for the Hassan
Oh,
video?
you're watching chat now?
I'm looking to see if Doomer responds to this.
I'm
Listen, I don't care
I'm
who's
finding
wrong
this to be
here.
an extremely frustrating exercise. I'm going to be really honest with you.
I understand. I'm just like I
No,
understand what it's
I don't
like.
think you do. I really don't think you do. With all due respect. I think
I'm not where you are. I don't know yet. Like you are deep into this thing. I don't know everything you know yet, and so I understand if it's frustrating where I'm at.
But what you've done, once again, with all due respect, is you have allowed one party.
Yeah, so Doomer's claim that 1,800 left, and he's doing 1,200 with interest. Yeah, but I just it doesn't. I just don't know where that's coming from. It's just from this DM, but where's the DM? Fuck. It's from these DMs, isn't it? I partially paid back the initial amount. It's been a while, so I intend to repay the entire thing. So that's that initial amount. Okay, right, yeah. So with interest. Let's focus on the 2,800 for the sound video. I intend to repay him 3k. Okay, that's fair. But I just don't see the work that he did. I don't see that work was ever completed. It's 2,800. Oh, yeah. Sure. Okay, yep. No, okay, this is making sense to me now. He agreed to 3k. Okay, that's what. That's all we need to know. He agreed to 3k, and even String asked him for 3k. It's just the payment plan was different. It wasn't 500 a month over 6 months. It was 70% one month, 30% the next month.
With a particular interest in this, to give a one-sided take on this, while completely ignoring everybody in your chat, and including me, allowing him to insult me throughout that. And I'm now speaking to you, and you just cannot seem to follow what I'm saying. And it seems very simple, and it's very, very frustrating.
I understand that I take a long time, and that's frustrating. But I'm trying to make sure I understand to the best of my ability, because then if Doomer turns around when there's more information, I haven't seen anything other than what he's showing me now.
I know.
So if this doesn't line up,
No, I need to. Man, yeah, I'm going. I should stop saying it. But I just have to see if there was ever any treatment completed for that February treatment, because it's not there. So that would imply there was no work completed.
up with what I see in the future, then I will know, I will remember, and I will be able to get very angry at him, because I get very angry when people try to fuck with me. And I've a bit of a history of having nice civil conversations with people, and then having very unpleasant for them conversations with them again when I confront them about what they lied to me about. So if that's the case, then it'll be different. Does that make sense? I understand it's frustrating. I understand it's not the way you work. And I know everyone's been insulting each other. I understand. And I mean, I was just watching it because I really enjoyed your insulting him. I did. It was very entertaining. So I feel like, as much as I watched
it wasn't for me. I'm going to be honest. It was actually very exhausting.
I'm sorry.
I don't find this fun. I don't know why you seem to find this fun.
We were
I didn't
finding
find it-
you
I didn't
yelling.
find it. I didn't find it
fun.
fun.
What?
I
It
didn't
is
find
fun.
it fun the last time I was on here, and I was silenced for 15 minutes while somebody else did apologia for the Gaza bombings, talking about how
God.
the Jews had a right to the land because of the Bible. I don't appreciate myself and a whole bunch of other people in chat being completely ignored while somebody uses you
I
in order
can't.
to rewrite the record, which is exactly what happened tonight. And I don't understand what you think you're doing.
Oh no.
Like this stuff actually involves actual people right now.
Yeah, it
And
does.
What you're doing, the only reason why Doomer's on here is because he wants an audience that he can essentially rewrite the entire record with.
Well,
that's
clearly,
Clearly.
he's not going to be able to. We've gotten to this point where I've gotten the information that I wanted from him,
It's no laughing matter.
and I'm not done.
No, he won't be able to. Like this conversation.
No.
Is,
The
is
information that can come
functionally
from
irrelevant,
other people.
Excuse me?
The information from the other side of people. Like I said, we started watching it because it's very entertaining when you're mean to people. That's what it is. And then it becomes we become invested as we go along. So I understand you're in a different place.
No. I want you to look in your chat. I want you to see the kinds of people right now that are piling into this.
What?
Who we got? We got Extreme Dad. You got. Like,
I don't know what
it's
is
not.
happening.
It's not good. It's not good. Aiko,
What's wrong
okay?
with Extreme Dad? Come on now. Who was in our chat? Extreme Dad, Seven, Peter Poopy Pantaloons, or Pants. I think your name was Pantaloons on Twitch, right? Fuck, I keep pulling my mic.
Listen,
Like,
I can't literally.
I'm watching this.
I can't
and I'm
read my
feeling-
chat
the only
and talk
emotion
to
I'm
you.
feeling. Beg your pardon?
I can't do both. I can't listen to you and read my chat. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. That's just how my brain is. This is like a known thing.
You were watching chat just now, asking a question.
I was
pertaining to the
looking
conversation
for
you and I were having.
Doomer's name to pop up.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to understand. Okay?
No, you're not.
I am, because I'm more biased towards your side of this, that general side. And as Doomer acknowledged when he first got here, I've been unkind to him in the past and unfriendly to some of his takes.
Yeah.
And we agree with the hot food
Sure.
shit, whatever, right? So,
Yeah.
but I have learned to be just me. Just my experience of how I work best is to just let people say things and then absorb them and remember them for later, because people will show their ass. The more that they're
No, the DMs it deleted weren't really material to the thing, but the point you can still kind of make an argument that he was probably trying to continue it, because he said well, we can't have a sexual conversation, but we can continue a personal, professional conversation. It's like, okay, dude.
allowed to talk, the more that more information they give, the more you can hold them to in the future when the actual receipts come out. You know?
Yeah.
I can't solve this like today, and I'm not the person to do it anyway, obviously. I'm just talking about the points that I noticed.
No, for the record, while I was waiting in chat very frustratedly, I actually had a bunch of clips I was going to give you that were basically exclusive at this point that would have actually provided you a lot more clarity. I'm not going to do that now, because at this point we've gone around the ringer like 6 times and you just haven't followed me.
That's
and
fine.
I cannot fathom
Oh
why.
no.
Like this is
Because
this is
I want
so-
to understand for myself.
Right. So what part of this is perplexing you? I can't understand why this is confusing. And if this is confusing at this level, like why are we bothering?
I
You said-
wasn't
you
really.
said
I
he
wasn't.
was-
Listen, no, it's a confusing situation because no one made clear. There's not been a clear agreement of terms between both parties.
confused. I wasn't
It is
confused.
confusing.
Yet I was just taking in information up to a certain point, and like
Doomer is saying he's going to bury you at some point. Okay, well, I haven't made any claim that's not substantiated. I keep saying, like, if he's got evidence of this work done past the point of fucking the agreement that he was going to do work for the Hassan video in exchange for the Hassan video money, then he's got that evidence, and I'll change my perspective as it comes. But I'm saying it's not substantiated by the current evidence.
Like saying, like,
and if it was, he would be able to clearly explain why, but he doesn't. He just goes around saying, well, no, I'm actually in the right. No, I'm actually in the right. But it doesn't actually provide any evidence.
What I wanted to know about from the other side, because I haven't heard anything from it. You know? Like, I need to know what information I will require in order to have an opinion on any of it. You know?
Do you know what information you'll require to have an opinion on any of it?
I just have his side of the story, and then we'll see what is said. There's
well,
nothing
I was
really...
I was referring exclusively to his side of the story. Everything we've looked at is something that he has given you already. Yes?
I know, but these are just statements that, like,
so if
you know, I'm just
if there is a direct contradiction in his side of the story, that means one statement that he's telling you definitionally cannot be true. Yes?
I mean, if it's about the payment thing,
if he's contradicting himself, then one statement can't be true, right?
Are you referring to the 1K and the 2800 and the 1800?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
Doomer is welcome to come on and provide the evidence, or tell us whether he provided this treatment in February. He's welcome to come on right now if he wants to come and explain exactly, what happened here. He can. He's welcome to.
Are you referring? Which one are you referring to?
What were we just talking about for the last 15 minutes?
Which part?
Doomer says he was only paid for work he'd already done. Okay?
Right, with the show.
He then claims he was repaying the debt with work.
With further work after that point.
Not with... well, no.
From his side of the story, I have no idea if that's true. He could have walked out in the middle of working on a show. Like, he totally could have bailed on all of it, you know? But like,
he did.
This
he
is
bailed for 2 years. As a matter of fact.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. He definitely did with the Hassan video, absolutely. But I'm just saying that there's the
Well, he did with both. He did with both for 2 years.
Well, okay. Well, then that's the thing. I didn't know about a show, and I just got a little clarity on his description of what the show was. So it could, like, the fact that there were, payments, he got 2 payments up to that totaled $1,800 to that point, and he said from that point on, work that he'd be doing would go towards repaying the Hassan money. So I don't know, so based on, that's why I need to know about where Philly got the 1K from, because if that's just him making up a number, that's fucking weird, and he needs to say something about that.
The 1K thing illustrates exactly one thing. Okay, scroll down a little bit.
Sure.
Put that more in the center. Okay. And raise it a little bit so that the chat's not covering it over, because nobody can see it. There we go. Okay. So Doomermedia says, ask him if I did work for free on the show with the understanding that I was not making a Hassan video and you're blocking it again.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Philly, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. STV Philly says, that counts as... No, it's off the screen.
No, sorry. I was trying to make it. Yeah.
That's okay. That counts as some form of repayment. Let's say 1K. Let's just focus on the 2,800 for the Hassan video.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Okay. So the 1K and the 2,800 are separate. The work he did was not for the Hassan video. The work he did was for the show. He didn't complete the work he was doing on the show.
Okay.
Yes. So neither of these things were done, which means none of the work he was doing was in excess of what he owed, which means none of the work he was doing was work that represented a positive contribution to the team in excess of what they paid for.
Oh, yeah, no.
Which means,
he owes money.
Which entails, if he never on either project,
thank you.
Where he,
I'm sorry.
Hassan said on stream today,
did not want to see that.
Should not pay back anything.
Hassan's
Did
on the line.
Hassan say that? Fucking Hassan. Whatever. Hassan should not talk.
Who cares?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. You know what, Doomer? You should absolutely save that soundbite and hold on to it, because I'm sure that'll help you later on.
I'm sorry. You were saying that the
that was
work
very
that he
annoying.
did.
So
I'm sorry.
If neither project was completed to the point that he didn't owe a debt on either of them, then additional work, even if done, would actually not be additional work. Secondly, it would not be able to count to repayment for the other project. These are just two debts. You can't pay for your own debt with your own debt.
Okay, that hasn't been made clear to me yet. There can be.
Aiko started as Twitch poll, then sort of shifted to commentary, and now is sort of like both, like most people.
No, I mean like as far as like the show.
There's not really a difference anymore. I don't
the
think.
show stuff, the show project stuff.
Well, we don't need to know the details of the show. We just need to know the fact, which is given to us right here.
Like, did
that
he
neither
complete?
of these were completed.
Right. But I think the show
Yes.
didn't end up happening, right? So he got paid for some work that he had done up to that point, but there was.
No, he was paid in advance. His time was prepaid. He says this. This is his description of it. I'm going to show you something. Okay, look at this.
Are you screen sharing or something?
I'm sending you something.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Okay. I'm going to read this out for you, all right? When you put it on the screen, let me know when you're ready.
Let me make it centered. Let me move this out of the way. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
His client says, haven't heard from you, so just checking in on the ETA for the treatments and draft script. This is the work that the treatment is the work he is due for the show. The draft script could refer to the show or to the Hassan video. I'm assuming that's the Hassan video. Because at this point, he hasn't said he's not doing the Hassan video.
This is February 16th,
Doomermedia,
2022.
yes.
Okay.
Doomermedia says treatments probably today. Drafts, I don't know. I'll have something by the weekend for sure. But I'll probably keep working on it, so it's unlikely to be final. And then he says, also, there's something else I need to talk to you about. I'm probably going to quit making content and being a public figure. Not sure 100% at the moment, but probably like 80% sure, so I need to pay you back for the Hassan video. Which means you don't need to pay me anymore for writing work. You've basically got a shitload of my time prepaid.
Right, because of the Hassan
Right.
video money.
No,
No?
that's for the other thing. He specifies here, you don't need to pay me anymore for writing work.
Right.
You basically got a shitload of my time prepaid.
Right.
See, the fundamental problem is here that he shouldn't have done this. This is so stupid of him. Because this is what's causing him. This is what's causing the entire problem. Is the fact that he said that this Hassan video is now worth some amount of work on the show. Because now that's what's giving them reason to turn around and say, well, this is now a matter with the company and not just a matter with String Puller. Now, I don't know if that holds up in court, obviously. I doubt it. I've got no idea. Well, I wouldn't say I doubt it. I've got literally no clue. I've got no clue if it would hold up in court. But that is the fundamental argument. It's such a stupid move of him. He said it was only paid for completed work, but then he said it's prepaid. I'm lost. Yeah, exactly. And he hasn't even shown that there was this completed work that was in excess of that was in excess of the 1,800 he was paid for work on the show. So it's just again, he can keep saying, "Oh, it's just so obvious. It's so obvious." But no, you haven't shown that you did any work past the work you were paid for. That hasn't been demonstrated at all. There is work past the payment date. However, you state in that message that was late. That message was late. Sorry for tardiness, and you were recovering from being ill, and that you couldn't work while you were sick because you couldn't be creative. Like, I don't.
because of paying
Yes.
back this Hassan
That's the
vid.
show. The writing work is the show.
Right.
The
Right.
Hassan video is an entire ensemble. That's not just a writing project. He has to produce the video. The writing
Right.
work is for the show. Yes. So
Well,
what he describes here is that
right.
his time was prepaid, which it was.
Okay. My read of this is so far.
And Doomer, I see Doomer in the chat here, and this has been his strategy the entire time. It's kind of
Okay.
astonishing.
I'm not reading
especially
it,
since
but go
I
ahead.
am though.
No,
I
no,
am, though.
you go for. I'm just saying that I'm not seeing
I
it
know.
unless you read it.
Oh, I know. It's okay. So Doomer's strategy has been really remarkable. He has essentially decided to just declare everyone who reads this.
No, that's bad. I understand what's being said there, but the point is that he hasn't shown that any of that prepaid work was ever completed. But he is claiming that some of that prepaid work was completed.
This is crazy. Everyone who comes to the conclusion that a man who took thousands of dollars to produce a product, then ghosted his client for 2 years and never made any attempt in advance of being directly called out
Oh, okay.
to
Okay.
make any
Right, I
sort
see.
of reconciliation with them, obviously had no intention to do. Anyone who has any doubt whatsoever about the intentions of someone like this is crazy and doesn't understand. This will not help him out because what he has done here is tantamount to a verbal contract. He's actually kind of hooped. And us having a conversation here is pretty irrelevant. This is not the only thing I have. I've got a whole lot more than this.
Okay.
This is just the one that's already public. Him saying here, you've got a shitload of my time prepaid vis-a-vis the writing work, tells you immediately that when he says he was only paid for work already done, that is a lie.
But didn't okay, so
There's no buts like that. This is like
I'm
1
just
plus 1 equals 2.
understanding. Well, I'm trying to understand the timeline and just make sure that I get that.
well, the
let's
timeline is this
see.
was from yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That one and Doomer's claiming that 1K claim has to have come from String because they had a pre-existing agreement about that. But there's no record of that pre-existing agreement of the 1K that we can see. So if Doomer has pre-existing record of that 1K, that 1K valuation for work completed, then yeah, sure, then I can totally accept that STV must have communicated with String to get that figure. But, well, not must have, but probably did. But again, no evidence.
No, I
Right.
mean like okay, Doomer.
And we're now saying as well that we don't even know whether STV Philly was authorized to be a proxy. So that the whole STV Philly conversation is kind of like, it's just fucked. It's so fucked on both ends. What a bunch of fucking retards, dude. Holy shit. Very base drama though. Very base drama. It's just so funny. Especially with how mad everyone's getting over it. Like, why does Sunday care so fucking much?
Because okay, October 2021 is when
Yeah.
String donated $2,800 to him to make the Hassan video, right? Okay, so then, February 2022 is when this happened. So he did work up to that point that he got paid $1,800 for, and then says at this point that he'll need to pay him back for the Hassan video. So whatever work happened in between, I guess after this period, and yeah, between then and anything that happened now, I guess that would be a way to show, if you show that you, like, if Doomer shows that he did X amount of work after February 16th, 2022.
Aiko spitting?
And if
Aiko
that
spitting?
work is, I guess, what
Aiko spitting
Philly
here
was
for real.
saying was valued at 1K. I mean, that's
Philly's
the thing.
not Philly
Philly is
doesn't have
not-
the right to
no.
assign a value to that work.
He needs to
Philly's
be
not
held
his client.
accountable for that then. He just needs
That's
to know.
between then
Does
Aiko.
he?
That is unironically just between you and Philly, because Philly otherwise has no fucking value here.
But
He's
like,
just a guy.
so he definitely didn't get
Is Philly?
backed up
Do we
by
have a document? Do we have a
String.
document confirming? Have you seen a document confirming that Philly is legally Doomer's client's proxy?
Of course not. No.
Of course not. Yeah.
No.
Okay, Mantis, you're confusing two different things. I'm not invested in whether String Puller gets his money back or not, and I don't care about finger wagging at Doomer for doing the wrong thing. I'll get passionate and argue with someone if I think they're wrong about a point, because that's fun. But Sunday is saying, Aiko, you need to take this more seriously. Aiko, you're not taking this very seriously. So, I mean, again, I don't know if you're autistic, but
No.
that's what's
none
being
of,
said.
What is
none
there
of
even to
this
talk
is
about?
this
Doomer's
is
just a
all
guy.
fucking
Doomer has his
You mean
sorry, Philly has as much right
Yeah,
to
a
assign.
wild classic thing I do where I say, yeah, I don't have a particular investment in the outcome of this. I just find it funny. I just enjoy the engagement. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, that's how I operate online. Yeah.
a value to whatever work Doomer did as I have.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
pick a-
then
pick a
all I
side.
want to know though is like, so String
Which side should we support in the war? DM below. DM below, guys.
says that he never said the 1K was like he never said like he specifically did
I have
not
never
say
seen anything to the effect.
that. Okay, but
that
he hasn't
he has
said
approved
no
of anything
either,
that
right?
Philly says here.
Okay, so it's just a matter of asking.
I mean, Doomer should be able to produce one if he's going to say that I'm crazy, right? This is a very basic move.
I mean, like it's just a matter of like it's the difference is did String back up that number or not, and
Well,
Yeah.
do we?
that's
I mean,
something
if
that I don't know
if
yet.
Doomer's going, well, if Doomer's going to claim that String backed up that number, then this should be very easy. Show me the document that proves that he backed up that number.
No, that's what I'm gonna ask Philly, and then if Philly if Philly lies and says that he did and he didn't, there's information there. So I don't know. It's
Why
relevant.
would it have to be a lie? In the context of that conversation, he's just flinging that away. He's waving it off. So that takes place.
I don't know what that means.
Response is within.
I'm sorry.
He responds within the span of a minute, and says, "Okay, let's pretend that's $1,000. What about the 2,800?"
He didn't say pretend. That's a big difference. It's just I'm being honest. Like it is.
I'm
a
talking
big difference.
I'm talking about what that means in the context of that conversation, given who he is.
Well, again,
Right?
I think it's insane
Let's
that
say
Doomer
he
talked
says-
to
he says-
Philly to
he
this
says-
degree.
No. That counts as some form of payment. Let's say 1K.
Yes,
Let's just focus on the 2,800 for the Hassan video.
exactly.
That is not. There is no content in that sentence that says yes. I have
Yo,
spoken
thank you for the gifted membership from what looks like Doomermedia. Mantis, I don't think you understand. I try to fill 7 hours every night. I'm not invested in the outcomes here. Don't know how else to explain it. Thank you for the gifted. Oh, to Mantis. Thank you, Addy/Doomer.
String, and he says, "We will credit you $1,000 for the work you've done on the show."
That is the implication. I don't
No,
know
it's
what
not.
else it could mean.
I want you to show me where it is implied that he consulted with String and got that number from him.
Doomer
Is that Doomer calling on there, or is that me getting called? The fuck? Bruh. We getting messaged. No, you will not be receiving attention right now. Go away. Or ever, actually. I think that's a good time to block. Actually. Maybe. No, we won't.
says, ask him if I
No,
did work
an
for
implication
free.
of what Philly says is not embedded in what Doomer says.
I mean,
Doomer
that's
did
what
not
they're
ask- no.
talking.
Doomer
That's
did not
what
ask
this
him.
whole page
Doomer did not
is.
ask. Doomer did not ask Philly
Or mute.
to ask him for a valuation for the amount of work he did. Doomer
Yeah, in
asked
it,
Philly
Bodge.
to ask his
Yeah.
client if
In
he
it.
had done work for free. That is all.
With the understanding that he was not making the Hassan video and was trying to repay the
That's
debt.
irrelevant. That's an
No, that's
thing.
that's the entire
No,
sentence.
that's a different thought. Aiko.
No, that's the
we're
entire.
We're
it's the
literally
same
talking about what's being
sentence.
said in the sentence.
No, it is this sentence. He says, "Ask him if I did work for free on the show, with the understanding that I was not making a Hassan video and was trying to repay the debt." Yeah. This Doomer's wording is very poor throughout all of this, and talking to Philly.
Okay, but see,
it's also very
I understand,
stupid.
Aiko,
all of
Doomer's
it.
wording, I understand, Aiko, but Doomer's wording being poor means that you have even less reason to draw that specific implication from what he said.
I'm just literally taking what it could, depending
also,
on
very
the
quickly,
answer.
I'm going to address Doomer because he's made a very stupid statement.
Okay.
Doomer. So Doomer says Philly was absolutely String's proxy because he had tons of info he couldn't have without getting it directly from String. Unfortunately, Doomer, the bare fact that somebody's in communication with somebody else doesn't actually make them their legal proxy. You're an idiot. Sorry, as you were. Legal proxy broken toilet seat. This is not complicated. We're talking about whether or not somebody is in a position to negotiate the payment of a debt from somebody else. If he's not a legal proxy, then he has no right to do that.
No, he doesn't, and I think that everyone should criticize it. By everyone, I mean anyone who wants to. Anyone who wants to. He's a
Wait, why is that? That's not pedantic at all. That is important to the point.
Actor in the story. Philly made himself a spectacle, okay? So he can answer for himself as to whatever that is. I'm just looking at what is presently here, and there's a lot of stuff that we just don't know yet.
But you're the one bringing in Philly for some reason. Like, we need to talk to Philly right now. But I'm just looking at the text on the screen.
No, I know, but because I need to know if this is backed by the guy, by what's his strings. I need to know if this is backed by the guy or if Philly is rogue. That's what I need to know.
Well, this is how this works. If he wants to make
sorry, the legal point isn't important. Yeah, sorry, if the legal point is not important at all, because I don't care about. I literally don't care about the law here. It may be important later if someone actually does pursue action. I doubt it, but it is relevant whether STV Philly was approved to act on String's behalf or not. That does matter because that is still important. Because obviously, then part of Doomer's justification for basically turning around and saying "fuck you, I'm not paying it" is that the terms of the repayment changed from being $500 a month to being 70% one month, 30% the next month. So if it's not the case that agreement was justified in the first place, then he's sort of unjustified in that.
The claim
that's why he should just spoken to the guy in the fucking first place instead of Philly.
That this agreement is binding, or this even constitutes.
I'm not making agreements with you. I'll make agreements with String.
No, I don't think so either. I agree.
Let's pretend that it does, though. If Doomer wants to make the argument that this is binding, then he needs to provide proof that this is in fact something that String signed on to. In the absence of that, there's really nothing else the other side has to say. They've already won. So Doomer needs to provide some kind of proof.
Wait, hold on. Broken toilet seat, you have to stop. What are you doing in my chat? I'm getting like DMs about it. Fucking chill.
Also,
you're like, no, you're a mod. What are you doing?
This is why, by the way, Aiko, I lost my cherub-like demeanor long in advance of coming on, so I apologize.
I have I don't know what's going on. I know people are messaging me. It's not my mod's fault. It's not anyone's fault except the people who are saying things, and I'll find out about it later. Okay? This is not cool. It's not it's just no. I don't care. I don't let things happen in chat. I don't care what you do in your life or in other chats, but this is my chat, and you have to
guys, I'm running out of steam.
You have to respect the way that the chat works. Otherwise, everyone can do anything, and that's just not how it rolls here. And it's insulting to me. It's fucked up to do to me and putting me in that position. You know?
I feel like I've been circling on the same fucking 5 points for the last... How long have we been covering this? Like last 5 hours. There's still 200 people here.
About
Why are
rape.
you watching
It's
this? Why are you
not.
watching this?
We're not talking about rape.
Guys, why are you
Isn't that
watching
nice?
this?
Love me for my hairy legs.
Oh, thank you, Alice, for the $10 super chat.
Guys, we've been going back on the same like 2 points for which we've been provided no new evidence for the last 5 hours, and you're still watching. It's a fucking Friday night, guys. It's a fucking Friday night. What are you doing?
So everyone chill.
$10 from Alice Jean.
Okay.
But yeah.
And by the by, Gray, never. You're one of the good mods, Gray. Never tell chat that Aiko isn't owed money. Aiko is owed lots of money. You're on Team Aiko here. You want chat to pay money. You want chat to think they owe money, because they do. They are being entertained for free.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
At the low cost of my mental health and
yes. No, I appreciate.
I'm not returning that call. I am not returning that call.
Talking to me about this. I understand. I'm not affected in the way that you are or other people are. Definitely not Doomer. And no, I don't know what the fuck Philly's life is that he's doing this. These are just factors that I need to know in order to know anything. That's it.
I've spoken to Philly. I think Philly has a strong sense of justice, and I have a good deal of respect for him as a person. I also think he can be a little bit rash, and I think he jumped into this with the intent to confront Doomer publicly. Doomer, being the coward that he is, refused. But in the course of this conversation, he said some things that Doomer is attempting to spin as justification for him not paying back his client after ghosting him for 2 years and taking thousands of dollars to do projects, neither of which...
Doomermedia super chatted $1.99. $1.99 from Doomermedia. Real balanced coverage. Huh?
Thank you for the $1.99 from a user called Groomermedia, who is obviously distinct from Doomermedia. I don't know why people keep calling him that.
So I think this is actually as transparent as possible.
I mean, yeah, I think we got a lot more out, like you know, people saying.
Well, he said you should be thanked a little bit, because Doomer said something very stupid in this conversation with you that I will be using. Thank you, Doomer. He admitted that there in fact were ways that he could have contacted this person in advance of.
Welcome back, Max.
So it's actually not the case that what he said in this conversation, that up until 2 days ago, if you'll scroll up until 2 days ago, he says in this chat that we have on the screen, he had no way to contact his client. He admits in his call with you earlier, and I recorded it.
13th? That was the 13th, right? So 2 days before these DMs.
Yes.
So the 13th, yes. Okay.
Yes. So he says in your call with him just now, that in fact, yeah, once he had enough money, he could have contacted the person, and he intended to. That's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, you can look back. I've recorded it all.
No, I remember that. I remember that. I just I don't have it. Doesn't.
So go to the beginning of this chat.
Yet.
Go to it's actually right in front of you. Go to the beginning of this conversation. Because see, here's the thing.
Yeah,
it is indeed the case that nothing Philly says here is authorized by String, as far as we are concerned. We don't have proof of this.
Yes.
Certainly not in the language that Philly says it early on.
Yes.
But if Doomermedia lies, that still counts as a lie.
Of course.
Right.
Absolutely.
So scroll down here. When he says I had no ability to contact him until 2 days ago. Get to that point.
Let's see. Pull that up. Oh, what I was gonna say too is, as far as legally binding, this situation with like talking to Philly, absolutely not legally binding. Like that's not what I want to know.
By the way, Doomer, everything you say here can still be used. Just so you know.
I
literally
think
everything.
I think he knows.
I don't think he does.
Okay,
I think he's very stupid.
That's good.
No, I think he's legitimately very stupid. I think he has no idea what he's doing. So scroll down, and when he says, "Where are you?"
I mean, I just don't believe any of this will actually go to court. I'll be real. It would be funny if it did. It would be great content if they actually it's court, but I just don't think any of it goes to court, so it's just not relevant.
Saying you'll pay him back here. You know what? I'll just share my screen again. I'll just do you that solid, okay?
Okay. Let me
I would
pull
love for this to go
What
to
I was
court.
saying-
That would be so much content. That'd be so funny. That'd be great. I'd cover every second, every tiny speck of content I could drain from the string puller Doomermedia court case. I would, but I just don't think I'll get it.
Thing is that like it doesn't matter as far like it doesn't like Philly
Here.
and the conversation is not legally binding or relevant or
Yeah,
anything.
I agree
It's
with
just-
doing that. That's why I always try to either shut down legal discussion or I totally couch. I'm like, I've got no fucking idea what I'm talking about with law, but I would guess my guess based on what I'm reading is that it's like this, but I've got no idea. Just yeah, I don't know why people say, well, that's against the law. Well, I'm mocking Sunday's voice there, but he hasn't actually said that in this conversation. But I mean, he is saying that this can be used in court, which is true. Just yeah. Yeah, I just hate it. I hate it. I hate the legal talk. Why don't we all just talk about the morals of stuff and leave the legal discussions to the court? Hey, what's the point in trying to pretend you're a lawyer online?
just a matter of like
Yes.
what the 1K doesn't count for anything other than for
Well, it matters.
knowing.
It matters because Doomermedia used the fact that the client wasn't agreeing to that payment plan as pretext for him not paying his client back at all.
You're talking about something that happened at a later
Philly messed this up so hard. If Philly waited until after the delivery date, this would have been a clean shot. Kind of true. Kind of true.
time.
At a
Then
later
we
date in this
got
conversation,
okay, yeah,
yes. I'm talking about the use of this conversation.
okay,
So here, you see my screen? Is that on?
Yes.
Is that on stream now? Okay.
yes.
Doomermedia says, I had no method of contacting him until like 2 days ago. I didn't know how to get him to contact him. In his conversation with you tonight, he actually admitted that he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I literally, my brain is like fried and I don't
I'm
remember,
gonna
but
send
it's,
you.
I remember it saying,
I'm
yeah.
gonna send you the clip. I'm gonna send you the clip.
Okay.
I got you covered. I got you covered. Don't worry. Sort by dates. Boom, 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 boom. Perfect.
Oops.
Bellissimo.
Oh
All
my
right.
God. Wait.
Jesus.
Oh, you're sending it to me or are you playing it?
No, I'm gonna stream it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna close this one.
Okay.
Oh, I might need to. Here, hang on. Here we go. Boom! You got it?
Yes. Go ahead.
Sweet.
Wait, hold on. Pause for a second.
Yes.
I just have to turn it up.
Yeah, the
Rewind.
line's a little low.
Rewind.
We didn't miss anything. It's okay.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Okay, yeah. So I will also be clear that I haven't seen any of those like engagements, interactions, or claims to, as to anything to do with.
I'm gonna jump a little bit ahead because I think I started off a bit early.
Okay. Or rather, I'm sorry. If you weren't here earlier, what I'm saying is that, the
I
Hassan
want
video
people to love me for my
being
hairy
separate from
I'm at the edge of my fucking seat. This drama is spicy AF. Holy, is that sarcasm?
the work
I
that
feel like my
was
tolerance
done.
is built up.
Again, I haven't seen any of these. Do you have anything from the CEO guy that you're sharing at this point?
He DM'd me. I'm not releasing all that yet.
Okay.
I gave you the one DM from him.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that guy.
By the way, Aiko, can you shoot me that?
I mean, yeah, there's not
Thanks.
much I can do with that, but I remember, he's referring to this one.
I hope she goes to jail. Aiko, is that you mean Aiko? Dude.
Again, we have not utilized a proxy of any sort to harass you. Our legal representation will be in communication with you. So, again, the framing of this has been very confusing. I'm not surprised, obviously, for if we're doing it for drama purposes, I don't know. I don't know any of these fucking people. It could really be anything. I guess, yeah, no, I guess I was confused about, as I said, the Hassan, like how, sorry, this is a lot of,
Jump a little bit.
okay, yeah, let me just see what Sunday,
Claiming he has a quote-unquote bombshell. He's going to post.
Oh, here we go.
okay,
It's around
He's
here.
claiming he has a
filling it out.
quote-unquote bombshell. He's going to post a fucking log he doesn't understand, and it's going to fucking support my point of view because that's what happened every single time they've posted a log so far.
I guess I just want to know what it is that's, okay, what are the issues thus far?
What do you mean?
I'm asking chat, like, as far as like your lies, because when, like, I need to like have a like I don't read chat right away because I'm trying to understand the situation from Doomer's perspective, and if anything that he says doesn't make sense contrasting to what other people say in the future, then I will be able to discern that more easily.
It's like watching paint dry, isn't it? Not
yeah,
you.
there's no, I know.
Why do you do that? This guy good? Is he okay?
Oh, I know. Okay, because I'm trying to think without you, and you can
Yeah,
lay
go
it out and understand. Okay.
You can just DM me if you
Okay,
want to talk
cool.
some more.
You can read any.
Okay, so is it back
I'm
here
not
then?
you. I wasn't there. Could you did there? I don't.
Let's jump into where he speaks.
Honestly,
Oh, it's fine.
liar, chat. Can you
Okay.
point out a single time that I've lied? Like, honestly, I've told this story half a dozen
Okay.
times now.
Yeah.
Nothing
Someone.
about
I guess it could be you did. I'm setting.
an agreement.
Wait, so I
obviously
don't think you can point into any lies. There are just claims he's made that aren't supported by any evidence that we can see. That's not saying he's lying. I don't think we have contradictory evidence. I suppose the one thing, maybe he strays close to a lie when he was saying that he had no way of contacting or paying the guy back, but he had the payment information the whole time, and then he was intending to use that payment information anyway. So that is kind of contradictory. But that's already been addressed. That was, people pointed out to him many times on the JStalk panel. But yeah, other than that, it's claims that aren't supported by evidence. Not necessarily lies. We just don't have the evidence if it does exist.
Situation.
Well.
And chat doesn't seem to appreciate. Open up his YouTube page. Public.
Oh, here we go. Here it is.
Myself,
Oh,
okay.
We jumped right over it. God damn. Okay, it's right here. All right, here we go.
Me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, he said he'd pay the guy $500 if Philly went on the panel and never did. That's a lie. Well, his argument is that it's not a lie. The terms changed. That String changed the terms compared to what he agreed to with Philly, and $500 was no longer enough.
I don't know.
So I mean, you can't recall that a lie. That's a change. That's a change. And then it's up to whether you think that change is justified or not.
A weird line. He's not a public. I didn't know how to get in contact with him. There are ways that I could have once I had the money, and obviously I was going to try and.
Oh yeah, this one where he says there are ways I could have once I had the money.
Do that, but
Yeah.
it's not like the easiest thing in the world. It's not like I open up his YouTube page instead of.
Yeah. So he admits here that he's aware of ways that he could have contacted his client right here. So for him to be claiming that his hands were tied, the only thing he could do was it was basically nothing because he had no way of contacting him is absurd. And of course, we already know that he had ways of contacting him the entire time, because all that would have been required is to shoot up a new Twitter account or a new Discord account and just ask somebody to hook him up.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty. I think we can all agree.
So that's a lie then. When he says that there's in this conversation, when he says he only knew 2 days ago how to contact him, that's untrue.
I mean, if he really wanted to find him at that point, yeah, absolutely, he could have.
Yeah, he absolutely could have contacted him. Yes.
Found him. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But what he said to STV Philly here is a lie.
I mean, sure, I guess. Like, what did he say?
No, so
again? Like
it's
2
a
days.
lie.
I didn't
it's
know
a lie.
how
He
to
says
reach
he
him
says he
until
didn't know
2
how to
days.
he didn't know how to reach him until 2 days before when this conversation was taking.
Yeah, so the hyper charitable way of interpreting it is I'd have to try really hard to contact him because I don't have him on my new account's friend list. Even though he knew that this guy had a public Twitter, knew his Discord handle, knows that could go into his PayPal and find his email, assumedly, from there. There's like yeah. And he's acknowledged the reason that he didn't get in contact because he didn't have the money. Well, it implies that he said that he would have gotten contact if he had the money. So, I mean,
taking place. This is what he says to STV Philly.
But this isn't like a huge. It's not that bad. Like, it just seems like he's trying to cover up for the fact that he was poor for a long time. It's kind of how it comes across a little bit, maybe. Well, yeah, he knew the guy's Discord handle because he had him on his old account, right? Oh, well, no, I suppose it was legacy usernames. I suppose legacy usernames could explain it. But even then, like, not really. I mean, it was just the same thing. It was just this. It was the same username, just without the numbers. So, I don't know.
We know intuitively that's a lie, but even if he wants to play really dumb, he just admitted on this stream. But no, in fact, he was aware. Of course, there were ways he could have contacted him.
I had no method of contacting him until like 2 days ago.
Yeah, what he says is no method.
Yeah, I'm okay with calling this dishonesty. There's definitely some kind of dishonesty going on there. It's just not particularly material.
Yeah.
No method. First of all, like that's a lie.
But that does mean that Doomer is wrong when he says these. Yeah.
Head of hand. I not knowing any of these people, I could attempt to contact virtually anyone. Doomer is, of course, perfectly free to show us evidence of him attempting to contact this person, of course.
I mean, that just the only way that I can describe it is I think it's pretty obvious, I guess, that to say that he had no method, like literally, is obviously untrue.
Well, it's not just untrue, it's obviously a lie.
Well, yeah.
That's a lie. He's saying something he knows is untrue. Do you agree?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Any effort he could have contacted.
Yeah, I don't remember what he said. Do you remember what he said when I was saying that? Or
I do.
During that point? I don't remember what it was when I...
We just watched it, Aiko.
No, right before that. I don't remember I don't remember, because I was saying that it's like, that it's weird to say that everyone knows how to contact this person who calls himself like string puller, very like creepy.
I call myself President Sunday. Why does the name matter? Because
pulling the strings like a puppeteer behind the scenes, it's just, I don't know.
Okay,
it's cringe.
well, Aiko, you may not realize this, but that's what my name means. President Sunday is from a book called The Man Who Was Thursday, and President Sunday is a guy who pulls the strings of the world.
Wait, is it you? Are you the string guy?
You'll never know. Don't ask those questions, okay?
So many light Yagamis around here. So many light Yagami. I'm a bit like light Yagami myself, actually, President Sunday.
This is bigger than you realize.
Oh shit.
I'll take a fucking side.
Oh shit. Well, okay, I guess seems like there's other stuff. I guess where I'm at right now is I guess I want to know more about Philly's engagement in this, and then I guess I'll see.
I'm a bit vanilla.
I don't know. I know there's more stuff that comes after this.
Here's a question for you. Yeah, here's a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Given that we have directly contradictory statements here, he claims he has only been paid for work that he's already done, yet somehow still manages to owe money for work he has already done, which doesn't make any sense.
Well, I still have my read of that I mean
which
will
is?
Be confirmed or not confirmed. It's okay. It's a matter of okay. Doomer, did you do work after February? What was it?
It doesn't matter when he did the work.
No. Any time after, what was it? Yeah, February 16th, 2022.
Well,
which is
before
what
you ask that
sent
question,
me
Aiko, before you ask that question, Aiko, why don't you ask, what does it establish if he did?
Oh, that means that work was going towards repayment of, like in lieu of payment for
here's
Hassan.
where you and I are misunderstanding each other, okay? The issue is not whether or not Doomer did work after he said he was not going to complete the Hassan video. We already know he did work after he said he wasn't going to complete the Hassan video. I have that work actually on my computer.
Okay.
But that's not the treatment that we've seen. That's not not the treatment. That's not what we've seen though. That's not something they showed me. Because he didn't say that he wasn't going to complete the Hassan video until 16th of February, and the latest work I've been shown is the 19th of January. So I don't know where that's coming from now.
Yeah, the question is whether or not this counts towards repayment. If he hadn't completed either project, then he wasn't doing surplus work for either, right? Which means that any work he was doing wasn't repayment.
This is wrong.
He was just paying.
It's incorrect. He was being paid. He was being paid hourly, so it wasn't about whether the project was completed on the show or not, because that was payments for hourly. But I just haven't seen. Well, I don't know why he's saying that there's work completed past the date that the Hassan video was cancelled, because I haven't seen that anywhere. I don't see that at all. I haven't seen Doomer talk about that. Well, he said he did work past it, but I haven't seen that work be handed in, or any record of any work past that point. Just him missing a meeting. No, so the two payments he received for hourly work as part of the show were paid for work that he had done. So he did like 40 hours, they paid him $1,000. So he did 40 hours of work, then they paid him 800 for that. Then he did another 40 hours of work, they paid him $1,000 for that. Then there's some time, there's like a month. And then he says he's cancelling the Hassan video, and that he'll pay pay the Hassan money back in work, but then there's no record of work past that point. Jesus fucking Christ. So I got the fucking sentences out. Holy shit, it's late. We're almost done with this, I think.
A different debt.
Right. So I don't know
and
yet.
To be clear, it's not just that he's paying a different debt, because it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. He doesn't owe credit. He owes product. He did not complete a project and deliver the product for which he was paid. Yes?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the show part. I don't know what the agreement was after. Like, I don't know what the responses are to this. Obviously, they must have spoken, like, after this. So I am just withholding my judgment until I know what context I need. Like, I don't even know what I need to know.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to this very quickly. So someone just said, oh, is that comment's gone? Where was that from? I guess I have to go into live chat.
Oh, the dude probably doesn't want the video anymore, but Doomer has decided he's going to make the video anyway, and that counts as repayment, I guess. Which, I mean, go for it, man. Sure. I don't care at this point. I really don't care. Look, Doomer ran off with this money for 2 years. STV Philly is a drama farming retard. Sunday's doing this because he fucking hates Doomer. And this string puller guy is an embarrassing failure of a showrunner. Everyone sucks. Everyone sucks in some way, okay? There's no winner here.
To see it.
Always live chat.
It may have been from. Or you're on Twitch as well, right?
Yep.
Oh well, that explains it. That explains it. God damn it! All right, bear with me. Okay. So, Avocado Dorable says debt collectors violate the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, the FDCPA, when they harass, oppress, or abuse you, unquote. I think the CEO realizes that this sort of contact by the other dude and Sunday would constitute harassment, so he went out of his way to say that he didn't authorize them to harass him. No, it's actually better than that. He doesn't need to say that at all. Because in the absence of there being any positive evidence of him
True,
authorizing
we're the winners because we get to sit here and watch this. Very
them.
true.
Period. We are not his proxies. For the record, I had not actually spoken or received any information from String, I believe, at the point at which I was on the call. I think it was just me and Philly at that point. So
you've like
I'm
discussed this since?
absolutely. Beg your pardon?
So you've discussed it with String, like in.
At this point, I have, yes.
Oh, okay, so you know more than I know. Okay,
Actually, here's the funny thing.
You know way
Here's the
more
funny
than
thing.
I know, obviously.
Oh no, it's better than
Right.
that. Here's the funny thing. Because Doomer's deleted all of his socials, that's the basis of his alibi here for why he couldn't contact String. I actually probably know more than Doomer does, because I actually have a clearer record of all of this than he does.
Okay.
Doomer has Doomer, as far as I can ascertain, if he has more, then he's been lying additionally. Doomer, as far as I can ascertain, has screenshots that have been provided by other people and conversations he's had recently with them. That's all he's produced at any rate.
Okay.
So, yeah, he might be surprised about his own history. This sometimes happens with people.
I have no record of Strings agreeing explicitly to the Hassan video being paid back in work. Doomer just kind of said it, and it wasn't contested.
He doesn't seem like the very attentive sort.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, basically anyone who has watched up to beyond the first half of the confrontation with you and Doomer and Billy and everyone on JStock's stream knows more than I do. But yeah, no, I mean, I guess we'll see
By the by,
what happens. I don't know.
Before I retire,
Yeah.
Doomer, it is a hell of a thing to be in a 5v2 conversation and to be dogpiled by the minority side when you're on the bigger one.
It wasn't working for
That's
Hassan,
funny.
okay?
That's really funny. It's kind of an achievement. I've actually never seen that happen.
He was paid 2.8k so that he could cover his living expenses while he worked on a Hassan video. Hassan is unironically evil hit piece.
When you have the mod and 3 other people on your side, and you still come off looking just absolutely train wrecked. Just it was beautiful to behold.
Listen, and you were judging me for enjoying the conversation. Excuse me.
No, I'm judging you for not reading chat, and here's the crucial point, allowing your guests to read chat and engage with them, meaning that you know less about your stream than your guest does. So here's what you do. If you want to get clarity so you're not reading chat, you read the document. This is what I do. You read the document, you tell your guests to shut up, and then you check chat afterwards. Because
Why
that
do I
way, if
need
you
to-
miss something, it gets caught. You have a bunch of eyes on it. If there's something you skirted over you didn't catch, you have like 40 other people to just tell you, hey, no, you missed a word. It means that. Da, da, da.
No, I know, but
And
I already
then-
have
yeah.
that. I already have that. And I
But
like to
not-
look at
But
what
not if you're,
stands out.
but not
at
if you're not
me.
looking. Not if you're not looking at chat.
But listen, no one hyper focuses on like details that take
sorry,
place
sorry.
on live streams more than I do. So I mean, I just
We're almost there.
like whatever questions that chat has, whatever's being said to chat. When people get distracted by chat when they're guests on a stream, it doesn't.
I think we're done here. Okay, that's it. I can't watch another second of this, guys. I'm sorry. I can't. We're done. I can't cover this anymore until there's more evidence. Okay? We need more evidence.